the... And yeah, so the thing we're working on today, we're going to be doing some Python stuff. We're going to be doing date time stuff with Python. Basically, we had some Rust code that we were able to massively simplify, and we made our tests more robust. What we're doing now is passing along that refactor of our logic and our testing over into all of the other SDKs, because they're all done, you know, bespoke, artisan, farm-to-table style. So yeah, we were able to massively simplify the start-end, and I think we even simplified daily as well. Yep. So now we just need to do the same thing over in the Python, but I think our first step is writing the tests that are going to fail for it, just to make sure that we actually are failing our tests. So when we look at the tests over here in scheduling, right, what we ended up doing is we created a differentiation between a start-end on a single day, which should still be possible theoretically. So we loop over the 24 hours there. Another big fix is making sure that our start time and our end time are actually relative to 0 day, meaning that their timestamp is just the hour of the day, basically. So it'll never go above the amount of milliseconds or seconds in a single day. And then, yeah, so single day and multi-day are things that we need to test, and that's what we're doing now. Like splitting out these individual tests for start-end, daily, single day, multi-day. Those, like, 4 permutations. I believe we have not written those tests yet, but we left a leaving off. So we're working on the test cases for daily now. Probably need to fix logic in the active method, right? So let's double check. We ended up doing our start-end, single day and multi-day. So now the part that we're on is daily, single day and multi-day. Let's just do that. So I got a bookmark. We got multi-day right here. Oh, and Bald-Bearded Builder, are you still out there? I actually had a question for you. And no worries if not, I get it. Ooh, and damn, Anonymous Gifter, that was a tier 2 sub? Aw, I didn't even notice that. Thank you. Rodrigo, thank you for the follow. Welcome. And yeah, one thing, I have a call at 3 o'clock. So we got an hour and a half before that. We're going to watch some honeypot videos during that call. But that should be fine. So yeah, let's keep hacking at this. So we've got these two methods split out. We need to look at how we're constructing this. The mocked now is just now and the hour of the day. We have a mocked now timestamp, 0 day with mocked time. We don't need to do 0 day with mocked time anymore. Oh, wait. Yeah, no. This is in our test. We do. I was thinking we were doing, we were looking in like the implementation code. So we do need that because we need to shift this and do some stuff there. So this is single day for daily. When we look at the before day schedule, -1 +1 +1 +3. So that looks right to me. And hey, what's up, Chaotic?
Chaotic Monkey would be a high-energy, unpredictable superhero with the ability to cause chaos and disarray among villains with their mere presence. Their superpower is an aura of pandemonium that disrupts electronic equipment, foils plans, and causes general confusion. They swing from skyscrapers with incredible agility, their monkey-like abilities heightened to superhuman levels. Their origin story includes a bizarre lab accident involving an experimental chaos theory algorithm and a monkey, which fused their destinies and gave birth to Chaotic Monkey, the defender of justice with a chaotic twist.
The defender of justice with a chaotic twist. And yeah, thank you for the sub. All right, so we do want to check for days -1 +1, -1 +1. We could do a whole day schedule test as well. And we should probably do that. All right, so then after day schedule, we want to do the same thing. All right, make an after whole schedule. Oh, wait. Nope, never mind, I'm wrong. We want to be doing that over in multi-day. Yep, never mind, my bad. There we go. So this is the after whole schedule. Phone died and you're not home. What did you miss? I read your comment about stuff that you're doing. My comment was basically DevOps and testing is now more so like a software engineer's concern than just creating PRs, etc. Right? Like DevOps and testing is actually just part of our job instead. Now, granted, most places I've heard say that are places where they just didn't want to pay someone else to do it. But it also means that it's no longer someone else's problem, right? And I don't know if you've ever read Hitchhiker's Guide, especially Mostly Harmless. In Mostly Harmless, they recognize that the someone else's problem field is the world's greatest camouflage. It's not like the thing actually doesn't, like, you can't see it. It's that by making it someone else's problem, people choose to ignore it. So if something is someone else's problem, it becomes out of sight, out of mind. So instead, doing your own DevOps and your own testing makes it more of like a focus rather than just like a not my problem anymore kind of problem, right? Okay, so you're definitely like shifted more towards DevOps than, like a standard software engineer role. But this is because you're at a position of leadership, and basically your goal is to fill in the blanks where you need some more work, right? So I think, yeah, as a software engineer, being adaptable is worth it. As long as you're not taking a cut to your pay, who cares? But, you care if you're not enjoying it. So that's up to you. If a company wanted to make me a software engineer and pay me as a software engineer, but then make me just write tests all day, whatever. Would it be boring? Sure, but I got side projects I can work on. Yeah, I think that just means you need to create some side projects at home. Problem solved, right? I have an associate's degree. Technically, most companies I've worked for didn't care what my degree was, though. The only thing the degree does is get you past human resources. And that's a valid thing. Yeah, HR is like the first filter. Getting past that first filter is hugely worth it. So I'm not going to say it's not worth it. I'm just saying it's less relevant once you get into like the interview phase of things. But getting that interview is the first hard part, So I would still say, yes, the associates is worth it. It will help you, be at least on the shorter list compared to people that don't have it, especially for a junior role. One thing to remember, though, AT Override is just the industry is tough right now for juniors. I would say you keep progressing with your university stuff. By the time you're done with it, hiring may be like super easy and cool again. But right now, the market is pretty tough. Right? There's a lot of saturation, etc. Yep, no worries. That's fine. They're languages. The more you learn of just general programming languages, the more you're going to realize that the language doesn't matter that much. Sure, there are constraints and things that they accomplish and are better at, but meh. Here's one thing I want to show you, though. So, junior, this right here is, I think, the best piece of learning and, like, why the assembly is going to be valuable. I'm not going to say, like, being able to write assembly by hand is important, but at least recognizing the patterns in the assembly and what could be repeated code that might be simplifiable, right? They start digging into how some of these things actually, like, break down. Right, so pointer access with an int versus an unsigned int, right? The unsigned int is faster, right? It has one less instruction. But, just things to think about there. But this is a really, really good read of just like how to think about solving a problem. At first, the junior, right? The person who just takes the thing they most likely copied and pasted from somewhere, this checksum, that's fine, right? This is absolutely a great first step. You don't need to make it the absolute fastest architected checksum ever made until you identify that it's on the hot path and you're, paying for the slowness of it. Once you realize that it needs to be faster, then you can optimize. But the most important part of then optimizing is recognizing the problem being solved rather than improving incrementally. So they go through a process of improving this incrementally, doing loop unrolling and other like speed hacks. But the expert at the bottom does something that might be less intuitive unless you're an expert with C#, because then there's like library stuff. So yes, deep diving is important, but the need for the expert to do that is actually such a smaller use case. Being able to do it makes you more valuable, but it's not something you're going to do every day. Instead, first make it work, then make it good, then make it fast. Right? And the make it fast part isn't always necessary. Oh yeah, they do all sorts of stuff in this. Yeah, there's a lot of like little magical things about just general performance improvements. So it's a really good read. This is one of my favorite articles. Yeah, they do bit masking. They do all sorts of stuff. Yeah, no worries. And Cake, how you doing over there? So, tests are rough. You spent half an hour making small changes to a single file, spent the rest of 7 hours of work just creating tests for it since they didn't exist. Ooh, so instead, you may have wanted the test to be there first. That way you didn't change the behavior of something. Or at least you know the things that you did change. I'm not a big fan of test-driven development, but you should have tests before you refactor. Test-driven refactors are important. Right? Original code, right? Like writing the first implementation. I don't care about writing the test first. If you're going to do a big refactor, you should probably have a test or two. At least like the sanity check test, right? The bare minimum of what it should do. Maybe not all the edge cases, but the bare minimum of the common case, that should be tested before you attempt a big refactor. So another big thing I might have covered is understanding the reasoning behind the business problem and solving that. Yeah, so hold on. That's literally what this is about. The expert actually goes through. Hold on. Wait. Where's the example? This right here. Without that first line, people up to the expert end up just incrementing on this. When the expert gets there, he actually just reads this comment and knows that there's some like magic he can do using special methods in C#. Things that would use SIMD. Things that would understand what big endian is instead of manually accommodating for the big endian stuff. There are built-in methods for a bunch of this stuff, but the expert is the person that's really going to know about it. So instead, yeah, this comment right here was actually hugely useful because it let the reader know exactly what was going on. Oh, that makes sense, Cake. For some reason, I thought you were saying it was like a bunch of changes, but instead that sounds like an addition. An addition is less of a change, I guess. It is a change, but when I saw change, I was thinking like refactor. Yeah, I could see that space case. I think in some cases, linking out to the ticket that wanted this created would be useful, because then you got that like linkability to the original reasoning. I really like doing that. No, it's fine, Cake. I misunderstood. But yeah, so back to multi-day. Here in multi-day, right? -3, -1. Oh, I want this to be +1, +3. Yep, I did these backwards. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah. L Statrocity? Trying to make sure I'm pronouncing your name right. Maybe it's more like LST Atrocity. Ah, okay, cool. So yeah, what's up, Atrocity? How you doing? Okay, so we got those in the daily. Let's double check our single day is not right. So this is daily single day, which means we don't want to do that shift. Okay. So now I think we got our tests actually set up for the Python properly. We need to go look at our actual scheduler, and first, let's run our tests. So active start end works. So this is the part we changed there. And then here in daily, we didn't change any of this. But daily does need to do that. So yeah, I'd say I think we're good. We actually wrote this one pretty solidly. So any test that has test schedule in it now, all of those pass. Cool. Let's do tests and Vexilla client. It's gonna have the same bugs as the others too. And no, I haven't yet. Fix, make Python tests mimic the Rust tests. I find it interesting that git push here got swallowed. So we're running into, for some reason, my terminals start swallowing output at some point, which is hugely annoying. But it looks like it worked. So, right, I think we're done with the Python now. PHP is next. Docker ls, hold on. Okay. Docker image ls. Docker prune help. Oh yeah, space case. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we'll probably end up getting to it pretty quick. Right now, let me look at it. If we look at clients, we've got Rust done, Python done. Don't care about the changes to the coverage file. PHP, Kotlin, JS. So yeah, we most likely won't get to the JS today. So yeah, if you end up hopping in stream tomorrow and you want to tackle it, sure. Yeah, we're going to skip the OCaml because the OCaml is DM Mulroy's thing. We'll work with him to update our tests. I could always do it too, but I think he has a bunch of changes and I don't want to have like a merge conflict with him. And then, yeah, Go, Elixir, C# after the JS. So yeah, PHP and Kotlin will be our first steps today. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to knock those two out for sure. Probably around the same time as today. I'm going to try and start by like 11. Maybe a little earlier. We'll see. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, don't feel stressed about contributing. If it works out, it works out. If not, no big deal. Oh, look at that subtle off-white coloring. The tasteful thickness of it. Oh my god, it even has a watermark. If I ever do make a business card, it'll probably look like this. Yeah, that's fine. I assume there will be plenty of stuff for you to contribute to if you want. But yeah, you don't need to force it. Wait, it's a prune, isn't it? It's Docker system prune, huh? All right, so I should change the title. We're on to the PHP already. Bam. Oh, Bash is streaming today. Nice. I'll leave my lurk there. There we go. Just do it. Ride that polar bear. All right, so we do need to bring up our testing environment for this. I think we need to rebuild this. Yet again, my terminal is swallowing the output. So PHP custom. Oh, looks like client Python didn't get removed. Okay. Composer test. No tests executed. So that is a flaw. So yeah, just nvmrc, package JSON update, readme.md. So yeah, we're gonna need single day, multi-day. The daily we want to clone as well. All right, So this one is single day and multi-day. All right, so yeah, we got those in there. Honestly, we do need to run these tests properly. PHP unit. And yeah, AT Override, thank you for that follow. I don't know if I shouted that one out. Appreciate you. What's everyone up to this weekend? You're gonna be gaming all weekend? What game you playing? Gophers? I mean, we use Go. Helldivers, nice. Oh, Pacific Drive looks interesting. Yeah, I just saw that on Epic recently. Yeah, that one looks interesting. I haven't played Helldivers. Are you liking it? I could join. I'd be down. I wouldn't mind getting it. Pacific Drive is even a Seattle-based game company? Oh, even cooler. Space Case, you're going to be playing some Modern Warfare 3 Zombies with a few old friends. Nice. All right, let's go look at the docs real quick. I think we're on 9? Helldivers is pretty fun. Okay. I mean, they're different things, though. But I guess it is like PvE, right? Okay, so it's PHP unit and then the directory we want to test. Yeah, I've seen some interesting comments about, like, people misunderstanding the mechanics of the game. Right? Like, people will kill you for a thing that they would have gotten anyway. Pal World's fun too. Yeah, for sure. All right, so hold on. Let me look at this composer file. I thought we updated our command, but maybe we didn't. Oh, it didn't, Puka? Yeah, I think that's on your end. Yep. Yeah, so that was the optimistic update that got you. No tests executed. No, that's about how that works. Yeah, so that's the same pattern you'd follow for JSON as well. Technically, JSON gives you like one method that does that part for you, but it has to decode it to text first. Then it has to parse that text with a function, and it assigns the results of that function to your struct. So parsing JSON is basically the same step, but there's a utility function that combines that stuff for you. So Puka, what you might want to do is create a utility function that wraps that stuff up. Then you're done. Yeah, Go tends to like eschew magic, which does mean that you get a bit of rigmarole, but that's evident in how you do error handling even, right? Like if error, do something, right? If error, do something. Like all that stuff. And that's actually the pattern with Go. As little magic as possible, basically. Which I find strange because I think their public and private differentiation is a bit magical, right? Capitalization for privacy. No tests executed. Really? The way we had this working before was we just omitted this stuff. All right, so let's try test here. Okay. So it's really the coverage thing. Why is coverage... Why is coverage not running our actual test? Okay. So, our scheduler test is running now. What we're not doing properly is actually setting up how we do these timestamps, because those timestamps need to work still. So if we look at our example code over here in the Rust, we got our mocked now. We need 0 day with mocked time. Zero day with mock time is equal to, do we have 0 day defined? We do not. And yeah, we can just do it the same way we're doing. Actually, hold on. I gotta figure out what method we're using to take in the timestamp. All right, so we want that to be 0. We're gonna end up doing that for all of these. So yeah, I might have wanted to improve some of this logic before creating these other methods, but it's not that big a deal. Oop. And yeah, it's 0 day, not start date. All right, so then 0 day with mock time is 0 day. And And all we want to do is set the hour and minute, second, nanosecond to 0. Technically, we don't even need to do that part. All we need to do is the hour. So then, yeah, set hours mutates it. We want to do the clone rather than mutate. And this is hour. Okay. Oh, and yeah, can't make that a constant. There we go. So then we do clone. This would be add hours, 1, uh, 3. This one is the during schedule. So this would be sub hour, add hour. Ooh, and yeah, we want 0 day with mocked time, not mocked now right there. That would have been a bug that would have gotten me. All right, so we do that. We add an hour, and then we add 3 hours. Okay, so what this means is we got the multi-day. Yep, that should be fine. We end up still needing 0 day with mock time. And yeah, like a bit of this repetition could probably be abstracted. We're doing it in 4 places now, so there's probably an abstraction we could make. I want to think about that and maybe tackle it at a different time. Okay, so it looks like the during day schedule, after day schedule looks good. I want to do an after whole schedule as well. So this would be sub days 3, sub day, and we want to do a before whole schedule as well. All right, so then before whole schedule right here. Okay, so I think we have set our tests. And we do get a failure for active start end single day. Interesting. Scheduler test line 50. Oh, we don't have any log statements in there that would help us out and understand which hour it was. And it's really just within the assertion. Yep. All right, so then in the multi-day, we still want to do the whole schedule thing. Oh, actually, nah, that one's fine. Ah, test active daily single. Yep. We're messing that up. So that's whole schedule active. This is then day schedule active. During, after, day, and after whole. Oop. We whole. Totally different thing. Oh, and yeah, let's do this within the daily single day. All right, so before whole schedule, just in case, all right, we sub 1, sub 3. And then we need one for the after day schedule. And then this after whole schedule check, this is just add day. Oh, wait. Oh, I have these backwards. This is sub days 3. That is sub day. And then before whole schedule, this is actually add day. All right, let's try this one more time. We should get like a better log statement from which test failed, like which hour of the day, etc. We only get the one failure. But, ooh, and it's happening at hour 20. That's an even trickier one. But, that's fine. We get that failure. Now we can go to scheduler and actually, because we have our tests set up just right, we can go in here and start fiddling with this a bit. Aha, so this might be a thing that we want to fix, right? Because start time and end time could actually just be numbers. Okay, so in our start-end logic, let's double-check that now. So start of start date and start of end date, plus our start time and our end time. So start of end date is something we need. And realistically, I'll just grab that whole chunk. And we want to refactor what we're kind of doing here in this whole section. And we notice that yeah, we don't care about the time type here. It actually becomes less useful. Like, we could just match on schedule type. Because then within here, we're doing another match anyway. So yeah, there's definitely like refactors we could do. Oh. I'm less keen on passing start date. But nah, we'll just calculate start of start date. hours, second, or hours, minutes, seconds. What is it? Microseconds? All right, so that becomes the start of the start date. We also want to do the start of the end date. So we've done that part now. Start date. Timestamp with start time. Let's get rid of those. And we do want to get the milliseconds, so we're going to do that. Oh, and it's now millis. Seconds since the epoch. Start date timestamp with start time. I know it's a bit verbose, but at least it's like accurate. Start date. Actually, we can do that up here. Boom. All right, so start of start date millis is what we'll call that. Oh. Start time. This is end date with end time. Ooh. So then here we just want to make sure that we're between it. So it would be start of start date millis is less than now millis. And we want less than or equal to, right? Now... Oops. Oh, and we want, we want this less than or equal to end, start of end date millis? No, end date timestamp with end time. But And we have not calculated that one. I actually wanted that. Does that fix our test? Will it blend? Will it blend? Oh, we break everything now. Trying to get property hour of non-object. Oh. Oh, because, yeah, yep. Yeah, I broke a thing. The failure, though. Hour 20 still? And what up, Faraz? How you doing? So, I need to use the restroom, and we need to get set up for a call I'm going to have. It's an interview. It'll probably be around an hour, maybe less. We're going to watch some honeypot videos during that. We can take requests or votes on which honeypot video y'all want to see. Let's get that out of the way. But I got to go pee first. BRB. No, we can't. So, Ostop, you're missing the point that we have to do whatever people are using, right? So it doesn't matter about whatever, right? There are clients that are legacy, such as WordPress, etc. We've already looked at the stats. We hit 90% of users by hitting 7.4. We've already verified that we have to do it this way for broad compatibility of our user base. I know it's end of life. It's why I have to use a Docker container instead of installing PHP locally. But it is what it is. So we have to do the same thing for every language we use. That's why for the Python, we're using 3.6 still. It just is what it is. And yes, I'll make a blog post about that. I think it'll be a pretty good blog post. I just haven't done it yet. But yes, we have links and everything. I hope I have those links. I might have to go track them down again. But in the meantime, Rector damn near killed her. Sorry, bad joke. It can upgrade, downgrade the code. Yeah, that sounds interesting. I think people would probably still want like a bespoke thing. So if someone wants something supported below 7.4, they can always hit Vexilla up for a services contract to help build out that tool and help them integrate it. I'm okay with that. Right? We're not going to be able to satisfy every user, but if we can hit the 90%, that's really the goal. Okay, so here's the big gist of it. Do I have some text here? Nope. 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 I could have sworn I had some text for this. Hey, yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's a fun video. I'd say check it out if you haven't seen it yet. Comcast sponsored. I must have missed it. That text, no. Hold on, I think it was under that. So yeah, BRB work meeting. I apologize that we're going to be doing that, but I can turn on the display capture. Boop, boop, boo. Ooh, the Ruby on Rails documentary. I don't think I've seen that one yet. Y'all are going to get to see something I haven't even seen. No, so, I mean, I say work meeting, basically it's for an interview. So this is an interview thing. Yeah, sorry. Not work, but it's for potential work. So yeah, it's a little misleading. Sorry, guys. Oh, cool. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna have to make sure I mute my mic before the call. I'm gonna have to send an invite, I think. Oh, yeah. I think we've seen the Laravel documentary, I can't remember. We've watched a bunch of them, like the Elixir, the View. Let me get this out of the way. But yeah, I haven't seen this one yet. So you guys are lucky. You're seeing one I haven't seen.
first computer when I was 6 years old. This was in 1985. It was an Amstrad 464. And
All right, so real quick, can y'all hear the
typing video games in
ringtone
magazine. I wasn't very good at them. I only made
from
but
Zoom?
that's how I got started.
I'm hoping no.
Next up was trying to learn programming once more when I was around 10, 11, 12.
It's going do 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 do. Right? Are you hearing that at all?
It was not easy for me. It may have been Amos, but it wasn't easy. So I failed once more to learn programming.
Bueller?
I had a hard time
I'm gonna guess no, right?
variables and loops and conditionals and all the basic constructs you need to learn how to program. So I gave it up once more, and it wasn't until I discovered the internet
Anyone?
in 1995,
Bueller?
involved with making HTML, that I thought, hey, here's another opportunity for me to be able to create something. And in 1999, I started working on a gaming website with another programmer in PHP, and that was really
Is anyone there?
time things clicked. At that time, I'm 20 years old. This is my third attempt at learning to program.
Did I mute myself early?
Now I understood it. And that was really the prep I had before.
Okay, no ring. Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate you there, YouTube. Thank you, Tensei, as well. Yeah, thank you, Cake, on YouTube. Cool. So, let me copy invite link.
John Hancock building in Chicago, which is a famous building in this big plaza, waiting for him to arrive. We agreed that we're going to meet in the morning, and so I'm waiting there, and I'm looking around, and then, but then this guy shows up, and it comes around the corner, and he's wearing all white, rail thin, like white t-shirt, really short sleeves, white capri pants, white shoes. I'm like, there's Denmark right there. That's David. And so actually, I'm thinking he had white shoes, but I think he may have had rollerblades on now that I think about it. I'm not
And yeah, while I'm waiting for someone to show up, how's everyone doing today?
after we worked on this,
Any fun plans? Sorry I can't show the camera.
worked on another client project then, actually a few, because we were a web design firm, so we were just doing web design.
I'm doing well. Yeah, chilling. We're making some really good progress on our testing here. So yeah, I'm pretty pumped on that.
This idea to build
Definitely got a flaw in some of my logic somewhere, so we're gonna have to test that. But yeah.
student at this time. He was still in Copenhagen at business school there.
How's the volume on the video?
He wasn't a full-time
Pretty good? Looks okay.
And I hired him to do this, write the back end of Basecamp. And at the time, he's like, I don't want money, I want laptops. I want
And here's a link to the video, if anyone wants to bookmark it for later.
Apple stuff in Denmark. So every time he came to the U.S., this is probably illegal, but anyway, every time he came to the U.S., I gave him a laptop, or I gave him whatever he needed at the time, right? And that was payment for Basecamp. And he would only give us like 10 hours a week, because that's all the time he had.
2003 is when we decide to start on Basecamp. We had worked together in these consulting projects, and most of the organization around that had been over email. An experience everyone feels, I think, if they try to organize projects over email. So we thought, you know what? We know how to make web applications. Can't we just make an application that'll make this easier for us to do, so we don't have to deal with all these email threads and which version of the file is the
Yeah, no worries, Cake.
what's left to do before we can launch. And that's what we did. And I had just earlier that year discovered Ruby. Through the writings of Martin Fowler and Dave Thomas, we're using Ruby to illustrate programming concepts that they were writing.
Oh, a little quiet on YouTube, I bet. Good call. Good call. One sec.
Just thought, this is a really interesting programming language. First of all, I hadn't heard about it before, and I'd been
Yep.
with the web for quite some years at that point. That was intriguing. It was out of Japan.
Is that better?
That was intriguing. I saw the code, and it looked just like pseudocode. You know how if you're trying to explain a programming
Awesome.
concept,
Thank you.
sometimes you won't write the exact right syntax. You'll just write something that more looks like English. And that's exactly what Ruby looked like. And I thought, this is just really interesting. And here are these two titans of the industry, Dave Thomas and Martin Fowler, who were clearly very enamored with the language, expressing that they would wish to write systems in this language if they could only get permission to do so. And I thought, you know what? Here's a project where we can choose to do whatever we want. So I got to make the choice, and the choice was, let's try Ruby.
So I remember in the early days of building Basecamp, I didn't have any input on the back end, but David's like, I'm going to use this thing called Ruby to build Basecamp, because we've been working in PHP previously. And I'm like, what the fuck is Ruby? I've never heard of this. He's like, it's this thing out of Japan. I'm like, all right. I mean, really, I didn't care, because it's his part of the project. It's not my job to tell him what to use. And I trusted him.
When we started working on Basecamp in 2003, I was getting proficient enough in programming to start to develop a taste for what I liked in programming, but I hadn't found yet somewhere to express that taste. It really wasn't until I discovered Ruby that I found the programming language that simply clicked for me. And what I loved about Ruby was this sense of combining the immediacy of PHP, being able to get Hello World onto the web with a minimal amount of fuzz, together with a really sophisticated, well thought out, coherent, object-oriented programming language. That was the appeal I found in Java, that there was all this intellectual rigor, the software patterns, and all the other stuff that serious system development engineers were all about. And Ruby, to me, brought both of those things together, or at least could bring both of those two things together. And that's where I saw an opportunity. It started out really simple. I had a 2-week window that I gave myself of, could I build just the basics of a web application? Could I get HTML up on the screen that was rendered from Ruby, and I was talking to a database, and could I simply make those things happen? So there wasn't a lot of libraries. There were not a lot of frameworks. There were certainly not a lot of things to help you with database access or with web development in general. And that's how Rails came about, that I simply had to build the tools myself in order to be able to use Ruby as my programming language for this new system we were creating. It wasn't because I had already looked at a bunch of other things in Ruby. I had looked at other things in PHP. I had looked at things in Java, so I had a good idea of what I wanted. But Ruby was the language that gave those ideas wings, where I thought I could write code that wasn't just functional, but it was beautiful. Over the next 6-7 months, we created Basecamp, and during that process, I extracted Rails. Not as a big upfront design that I want to create this grand framework, web framework, and release it to the masses. There was not even a thought of releasing it originally. I simply needed these things. So I did that in the period between the summer of 2003 and the release of Basecamp in February of 2004. That was the main gestation period for the framework itself. But I didn't release Rails until later in 2004, because I had this vision right from the get-go that here's something that could be special. The first version of Rails needed to be good. And good not just in terms of the code, but also good in terms of the documentation. So I spent a good 6 months, I think it almost was, after the release of Basecamp, polishing things up, polishing the documentation before putting it out there. Right here behind me is where I lived when I started working on Rails. So when Rails started to take off, it was pretty wild, and was a bit of a two minds about it. On the one hand, it was great to see that something I had created was creating this much excitement, and at the same time, I was also highly protective of the integrity of the vision I had put into Rails. More and more people were interested in Rails, and some of those people were interested
Looking like maybe we might reschedule. I'll give it another 8 minutes or so.
Lose control when something like that happened. Be so enamored and just pleased with other people's contributions that you put it all in and you have a hard time saying no. If you say no to someone, you are risking a conflict. And I said no to a lot of things. I said no to certain things I did not want Rails to be. There was this infamous slide at an early Rails conference in Canada where I simply just put up the words, "fuck you." And I put up those words as a way of expressing my, at times, frustration when someone would show up with what I considered an unreasonable demand for me to put something into Rails, then followed up with a threat. Unless you put this thing into Rails, you will fail. Fuck you. That's just not, you don't get to tell me what to do. I'm working on Rails because I want to work on Rails, and I will solve my problems, and I will protect the integrity of the framework. I'm not here to be your servant. I am not allowing you to buy anything from me. This is one of the main reasons I love open source so much. It is not a commercial relationship. You don't get to tell me what to do. You don't get to tell me the direction the Rails has to take. I'll make those decisions on my own, thank you very much. I'll take input. Absolutely, I'll take feedback. And Rails is what it is today because thousands of people contributed really great work that I had no hesitation saying yes to.
I arrived in the Ruby community because I thought Ruby was cool. I liked programming languages. I would dabble in them and just try things out in them. And when I tried Ruby, I really liked it. It stuck with me in a special way that I kept coming back to. It just felt close to my heart, and I didn't try to analyze it too much of the time. As the years went by and I did web development in Java and PHP and Perl and other languages, I kept thinking about feeling that old tug of, why isn't Ruby here? Why hasn't Ruby showed up? Here comes this guy announcing on the Ruby Talk mailing list, I've got a plan. It's like, what are you coming down from Mount Sinai with your tablets of, who gave you these commandments, the way to develop for Ruby and the way to develop for the web? We haven't seen you before. So it was a provocation, and there was some spice to it. It's like, is this guy an asshole? Or is there something to it? And it was a little bit of both. Here this guy with like a kind of well-carried arrogance about having the right ideas and willing to set those ideas out for everybody to see, and they were great. They were good ideas. Sure, some of them were like old ideas reconfigured, but they weren't pitched as anything but that. The active record pattern says it right on the tin. Now it took it from a pattern to being a framework. And that,
all right, 5 more minutes.
A jolt of energy and kind of electricity in a Ruby community that was very generous, very kind, and now had this kind of aliveness, like, what's going on here? How do we channel this energy? What are we going to do with this person? And it varied from tolerate this person to embrace and see what he brought.
I first heard about Ruby on Rails at the 2004 International Ruby Conference. I was working for Brigham Young University at the time and not using Ruby, but I received permission to go to this conference because I was very excited about the Ruby programming language and was doing a lot with Ruby on the side and even sneaking it into the system, so to speak. And I went. I was actually presenting about something that I had been working on the side. It was not a big conference. There was maybe just 30 or 40 people in total. But I remember sitting there, and one of the presenters was David Heinemeier Hansen, who I had never heard of before. I had never heard of Ruby on Rails. It was brand new, just barely released. And he got up and was talking about why he wrote Rails. He really was pushing a better experience for programmers. And I remember him standing up there holding an imaginary piccolo to his lips and talking about how, like the Pied Piper of Hamelin, he was going to lead programmers to a better experience, a better way of living.
For about the first year, there was no one else but me making...
So, I mean, me too. I think the big thing to recognize is whether you like Ruby or not,
think we even used a wiki.
Rails
at the time, which
itself
was well
is
before
more than
GitHub
just
was created
Ruby.
and made everything so easy.
And I know you know that, but it's more like the patterns that Rails gives you for developer productivity.
I think almost a year in.
Every major
time, we
language and
instituted
framework
the
now
Rails
is
core
using
team,
that
which were
as the
basically
guideline.
just a group of
Elixir's
people who had sent me
Phoenix
the
would
most
not
code,
exist without
sent me
Rails.
the best work. Those people got access to the code base, and amongst those
Laravel
people
would not
was
exist
James
without
Buck.
Rails.
I remember being struck by
So if you want to use a different language, go
how
for it, but you're
excited he
basically
was
using
about this
Rails
project.
with a different
He was
language
very passionate
at this
about
point.
it.
in many
he never
cases.
showed a line of Ruby or Rails code that whole presentation. It was all about why he wrote it, what he was hoping to accomplish with it, which I think disappointed some people, especially those who had heard about Rails, maybe played with the very early releases of it. I think there were some there who were hoping for a little bit more of a technical presentation, but his was all about the charisma. His excitement and passion about the project was contagious. It was easy to see that this was something he was really excited about. And even then, I mean, this was 20 years ago almost. You could see his idea that this was going to change the world.
James ended up then being the first programmer I ever hired at 37 Signals.
All right, 1 minute left.
Taking off.
No reply,
And
no
I
response,
remember
nothing in the
reading
email thread.
James's Ruby code and just thinking, wow, this guy's really good. He just had such a methodical approach to it that I was in awe, and I was eager to be able to work with him at Basecamp, on Basecamp. And
So I get that, me
that's how we got
too.
started.
Yeah, Rails has
That
definitely
we
stagnated
hired
in the way you're looking at it.
good number
It
of
really
people
isn't
at 37 Signals
that
were all
bad,
hired
though.
out of the Rails core team.
I think
or
Rails
other
basically
folks
relied
who
upon
had
people writing
contributed
books
to
about it
Rails.
instead. So you're probably going to want to find a book about Rails instead of their docs. I can understand that.
Exciting
That's fine.
about the
But Laravel is
Rails
pretty much
Ruby's
literally
announcement is that it was coming
PHP
from 37
Rails.
Signals.
PHP on Rails.
I knew about 37 Signals, and just the fact that they were dipping their toes into Ruby, like, it was interesting. Like,
Pretty much
I was
every major
really,
framework is aspiring for
curious.
the developer
Like,
experience
why are
of
they showing
Rails.
up here? This wasn't
Right?
just
Your
somebody
onboarding
coming up
experience
with
was bad,
their
but the
favorite
developer
way to build
experience
web
once you
apps. It
once you
was
get it
somebody doing
is
something in the
unrivaled.
37
And
Signals
that's why
way,
there's still companies
and
out
the
there that
mark
build
37
with
Signals
Ruby
had
on
made the
Rails.
design world was showing up to the Ruby world.
That's why
of all
Stripe
places.
and
It felt different and kind of odd.
Shopify and a whole bunch of
In-
companies
interesting, curious
are
kind
still
of
on
odd.
Rails.
So it gave it kind of an
Oh
instant
yeah,
reputation.
yeah, I know for sure. Me too.
If you didn't
Most
know what
major
it was
frameworks
yet,
are.
But the fact that it could
Sinatra
power something
is
like
inspired by
that spoke
Rails.
for itself.
That
Right?
reception was, of course, very
The most
warm,
popular
and I think
frameworks
this was
in
a
most
bunch
languages
of
are heavily
Ruby
inspired by Rails. I
enthusiasts
believe Django
seeing
would cite
something
Rails as an
interesting
inspiration.
happening in Ruby. The reception from the rest of the world was a bit more mixed. Of course it was, in part because when I went into full marketing mode, for
Nest.js
Rails, I was,
most likely considers
a little
Rails
brash about it.
a major,
I knew
like,
that the odds
thing they're
of
building
creating
to become.
awareness from something like Ruby, such an unknown
The idea
programming
of
language, couldn't just
scaffolding tools, of building a route from just a command line,
and
that
I
was a
went out
Rails
shouting.
thing. We have that
I
in
did a
React
bunch
and
of
Angular
controversial
and all of our
comparisons
front-end frameworks these
between
days because of
Java
Rails.
implementations of certain problems and Rails implementations of the same problems that at the time were characterized as poking Java.
But okay, so yep,
So of course,
we've
part of
waited
that
for
reaction
15
completely
minutes.
expected was pushback. And this was why it was so helpful to
We're halfway through the
one-two
video.
punch, a real application.
I could watch the rest of the video with y'all.
Success and growth.
No need to cut
and
that short.
customers in Basecamp. And just the code speaking for itself. Things like the 15-minute blog video and other write-ups contrasting what does it take to solve this problem in Ruby on Rails? What does it take to solve the same problem in something else?
Here we go. So I hope you can read the text. The first thing we do is call the Rails command to generate.
2002, I moved from Germany to Canada. I tried to work for local companies in Canada right after and found out I couldn't because I didn't have a work permit and I had to work through these kind of things. So I found myself with time. My now wonderful wife suggested, like, you know, you've been talking about starting a company and like this seems like an awfully good time to do it. I didn't feel that spark anymore during those times, and what I decided
All right, well, I'm gonna hang up this Zoom call then, after I send a follow-up message.
So what I was looking for is like some opportunity of like, I'm gonna build something that would allow
Unless
me
they
to
show
make
up.
money while I go snowboarding and while I go program for fun. That was my plan. I've been extraordinarily unsuccessful on that particular plan because here's the way things happen. I decided, like, because of all the snowboarding I was doing, I knew a lot about snowboarding. I was just like, you know, online stores. This seemed like the right thing to do. There was, I couldn't find a good online store. You know, it turned out that there wasn't good software to use. I tried to use different packages. They're all horrible. So I just sat down and said, okay, well, if I can use anything, like I don't have a boss anymore. I can use any technology, no matter what it is. It just needs to respond to web requests. I remember thinking, man, I would just love to use Ruby. Like, it's just this moment. I think the way I best explain it is like I just realized my brain was running on Ruby since I started first programming. Shortly thereafter, I got just very lucky in that I was paying attention when what David must have for the first time started talking about him doing the thing I wasn't brave enough to do, right? Like building from scratch everything that's needed. This may well have been me sending a private message and him sending a zip file back. The details are a little bit hazy at this point, but like he gave me access very early. I tried and just had enough of it. I was building Snow Devil. It took 2-3 months. I was certainly the only engineering team on planet Earth during this time who was doing this alone. Everyone else who was building online stores had a team of 100 people. And yet I was more productive, simply because it's hard for people to understand this these days. But that is the difference of effectiveness of what Rails did. And it made it possible to build systems alone again. It just became a very natural thing based on just what I was seeing to take Snow Devil and turn into Shopify afterwards. It seemed like the right thing to do. And you can clearly see the influences in it, right? Like, I loved working on Rails. I loved working on the tool. I loved working on the technology. Being inspired by the tools that you use to reach higher than you thought you could or you were allowed to or what would be possible is rare and possible and underexplored. And in fact, literally what Shopify is attempting to do right at the end of the day.
I don't remember us calling it a core team right away, but it kind of became that from those beginnings of Jeremy and me and David committing to the repository. It wasn't long before there were more committers. Marcel Molina, Scott Barron, Sam Stevenson, some of these others, Michael Koziarski, these early Rails committers. And it really was a wonderful thing. I had never really been part of a team like that, but there was something about all of us having the same vision and working at such an early stage on something that felt like it was going to change the world. It was exciting.
Being part of a core team meant that you had David's trust to build something on the quality bar that he owned. We had an IRC channel specifically for that. That's where the real conversations were about, like, what
Okay,
Rails, what
well,
Rails become, what
never mind. Call did not happen.
Been going on
We'll see if they want to reschedule.
Active. So we have much better tools these days with GitHub. Thanks, another thing that grew out of Rails. But like when we started Rails, there was no GitHub. Concept of having multiple people work on a code base was a much higher trust affair back in those days. That was a 10x environment. Like, and I think David made it, created it for us. Like a lot of us came out of those early years as completely changed programmers afterwards. Like Rails compelled me to realize that what my potential was there, and it also gave me the ambition to like reach high, because a lot of people's
yeah, we can do that.
potential is learned rather than inherent. And it gave me the configuration of my life, like by allowing me to be an entrepreneur.
When I first
What's up,
released
Bexy?
Rails, it wasn't even a consideration not to make it open source. We had been building our business. Everything that I had worked on for the web had been with open source tools. These were cornerstones of what enabled me to be able to work with the web. So when I finally had something, my own toolbox to share, I didn't even think twice about it. Of course this had to be open source.
I remember one of the most fascinating conversations that I've had the pleasure to be part of in my life was a conversation, definitely David, I think Jeremy, like I was part of it, and
Yeah, 1 second. I'm getting there, Badman.
definitely a few others. And it was one where we said like, hey, we are building companies, we're building important companies, they are working. We are clearly more effective and with small teams than larger teams with lesser tools. Is open source the right model here? Like, A, shouldn't we charge money for Rails? B, should we even share it at all, or just like use it as a competitive advantage? These were ideas that people were sharing. And David said, no, open source is important. In fact, MIT licensed open source is important. And we're going to make Rails extraordinarily successful. And I'm like, I remember pushing and saying, hey, David, that's not something you can just sort of decide. Like, you can't just decide something is going to be successful. That is like an outcome that happens, that requires luck and all these components. And he said, no, we can decide this. When this discussion happened, David must have been like 24. I'm just like, I'm trying to figure out where you get that from at that age. It still seems remarkable, because I in our 40s, and I still don't run in a lot of people who have a kind of that kind of conviction and out of the box meta understanding of market dynamics, tension, drama, and frankly, business development.
And yeah, Cake, I agree with you. The fact that you need to find a book instead of docs, sure.
Yes, accidentally.
But you're missing the fact that Ruby on Rails is from an age when GitHub didn't even exist.
And it's just remarkable.
So, you know, it's a product of its
When I
time.
was first hired by 37 Signals, they asked me, one of my first tasks was to create
Meeting didn't happen. Yeah. I'm guessing they had something come up.
Database and web
I'm not
server
sure.
all on one machine, which is laughable now. But shortly afterwards, they grew, and now
But we can have a
2
beverage.
machines, and we had to figure out how to deploy Basecamp.
Time for some
to more
lemonade,
than
right?
one server. And this became my baby. Jason and David actually told me, you can have ownership of this product. Even though you wrote it for us, this is your baby. You can do what you need with it. And that was extremely fulfilling, to be able to work on this product. Called it Capistrano, and that stuck.
Yeah, there were some really key moments in early Rails development, and Rails 1.0.
I get
was
it,
big,
Cake.
but
You
it was the
could, but people just
what
didn't.
makes it
It's still a
1.0.
product of
There
its
were some
time.
key moments after that.
Find
really
something from that era that is
sense of,
as well documented.
Rails 1.2
Or
was
better,
a
I should say.
watershed for me. I still love that release. It was a very stable early release where you started having those glimmers of this is what it's like to be a kind of mature web framework. And I still feel excited.
Right?
thinking
Point me
about
to any documentation from that
the
era
audaciousness of
that was
we're
that
just
good.
going to switch the way we do development.
Static
And
site
everybody's
generators
along
were
for the
barely a
ride,
thing.
And everybody wanted to be along for the ride. And it was that same year, December 2007, when we released Rails 2.0. Rails 2.0 brought cookie-based sessions, brought things like named scopes. So
I just think you're lacking the perspective of when this stuff happened.
Well, it was a
PHP was around back then, but people would complain about PHP's onboarding docs as well right now. If you were to go look at the PHP docs, do they help you get up and running?
Criticisms of
And it's not even a framework.
detractors of Rails back in the day
Exactly, Cake. It's
Rails
hindsight.
can't scale.
Hindsight's
That was
2020.
their mantra. They would chant that at us all the time. And we could point at Basecamp and say, this is non-trivial. I mean, it's not, we're not doing, 1 million requests a day.
Exactly,
But
right? So, yep,
we're serving
the
people's
things we
needs,
take for
we're
granted
providing
today
value.
did not
Isn't
exist
that,
back
at the
then.
end of the day, isn't that the important thing?
Which is also why
So
you
even
really
though at
had
the
to
time,
fine-tune your
people
ability to search for
poo-pooed
information on the
our
web.
accomplishments, they were accomplishments nonetheless. And we never reached a point where we're like,
Which is why I don't
well,
feel a need for ChatGPT, because I
guess
have
Rails
practiced
can't scale.
my ability to
We've
find
reached
information
a
on the
number
web.
where we can't go beyond it. We're done. We continue to be able to scale.
It actually became a bit of a meme joke, but will it scale? This was a serious thing that people said in the early days of Rails. But that question wasn't so much about technology as it was about FUD. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. People who saw an interest in putting
Why is
Rails
that, Batman?
down would often bring up scalability because it was something you could throw out there before Rails had major applications like Shopify, like GitHub, or even like Basecamp at the scale it's at now. It never really had a foundation in reality. Rails was essentially scalable.
Exactly,
from
me
day
too.
one.
Yep.
Various people took this pretty seriously. Some people so seriously that they would rewrite the system at some point, as well documented in some cases. Making things fast is pretty fun. It's like if you use the right algorithms, data structures, we know how to, computers are really fast. From personal experience, Shopify is a significant percentage of internet traffic. It's about 10% of e-commerce global. It's a large code base, a very large code base. By the way, if you would look at it,
Yeah, exactly,
structure
finite.
as any Rails application that you would just generate on your laptop right now. It's on the latest version of Rails. So most of the lines of code of Shopify are in Ruby. We are not religious about using Ruby. We use the best tool, and Ruby is the best tool for a lot of the types of problems that are being solved by the thousands of engineers around Shopify. Shopify is pretty fast. It's totally doable to build. I don't know who is supposed to see the kind of scale that you couldn't handle with Shopify. We have unique complexities that most people don't face. You know what's harder to scale than performance of web servers?
Developer
Finding
productivity.
Foundational ideas that scale for 20 years and still feel good. That requires a level of foresight. You don't get it, that do-over is very, very hard to get.
On the security side, it was a bit more tricky because there were things we needed to do explicitly to prevent common attack vectors. And we made a bunch of concerted efforts to ensure that security was a thing you could just rely on Rails being good at.
The next big release for me was Rails 2.3 in March 2009. A little bit longer and a lot more depth. It was the release that felt like Rails was kind of had arrived. This framework had everything a modern web developer needed to develop small-scale, large-scale apps, and everything in between. At that time, jQuery was coming on the scene, and we were bound and determined to make room for it. There was energy happening in the JavaScript world, and Rails wanted to meet it where it was arriving. After Rails 2.3, we had everything we needed. The toolbox was full. We were happy with the way all the tools behaved. There weren't gaps among them. We didn't have too many tools. It felt like we were at the sweet spot for web development. Where do we go from here? There was a new Ruby web framework on the scene called MERB.
Rails 3.0 was that? That was a merge with MERB, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Holy hell, that took some doing. Oh my god. By the way, has this ever happened? Have frameworks merged ever and became just better? That's a singular story too.
We had a competitor. MERB came on the scene as a young upstart Ruby framework that challenged Rails by being faster, lighter, slimmer, doing less, kind of the Rails to Rails itself. And it it lit a fire under us as Rails developers. We wanted those things too, and we felt like we had those things to offer, and it was a competitor that really showed us another path forward. And Yehuda and Carl from the MERB core team showed us the way.
Yehuda Katz, the creator of Ember.
Significant effort into re-engineering
the creator of Handlebars.js.
Configurable, recomposable, modular, so that you could build a framework like MERB from it. The Rails and MERB teams talked and decided to merge together.
Kitty.
This Ruby approach, this Rails approach, for some people,
Cat's the
not
best
all,
part.
not
Yeah.
most, it's not better. But for some people, it is 100 times better. It's not a bit better. And this is why you see the bifurcation about this thing. This is why you see the love and the hate. And very little indifference.
Yeah.
Most technologies that exist in the world is like a small group of people who really like it because they have the type of problems that are being solved.
Yeah, I never heard of MERB.
Most of the
Yeah, it was before I was a dev.
Because not relevant, like to you, that this exists or is good or bad, doesn't matter. Rails, people have very strong opinions about because it comes from a different place. I think that's precious and exciting. It's been, honestly, like an honor, like to be part of. It's just like, again, it's been important. I know these terms are so weird. It's so weird to talk about an honor to hang out in an IRC channel that you got invited to. But man, it was like it was special. That I would be a completely different human being at a completely. Life would not have gone the way it did if I wouldn't have. If some of those dots I'm now looking at and can connect in a rearview mirror would have gone any which other into another way. So. I'm deeply thankful for that.
Just the community that we were building, the friendships that we shared, and it's like we had always been this team. It just felt so natural and so exciting. And I had never had anything like that before to that degree. And it was really fulfilling in a way that nothing had fulfilled me before.
Seeing the
InVision,
community grow and
WordPress,
seeing everybody, seeing others have that kind of experience of it's theirs, it's individual. Each person has the opportunity to be in a place where I was, and I can help create an environment that's there for them and supports them and respects them. But that's all I can do. and I
much
have
longer
just,
we got.
I have a
Looks like 3 or 4
appreciation
minutes.
for others being able to share in that with me, and whatever small part I've had, yeah, it's been the experience of a lifetime.
Things like Rails, things like Basecamp, things like 37 Signals, you can't plan these things. These things don't happen because you set up a business plan or something in advance. These things unfold. And like anything that unfolds, it needs time to unfold. And I think that time proves these things out to some degree.
As it says on the website at the moment, Rails really does allow you to go from hello world to IPO with a tiny team as you get started. We have a one-person framework where a single developer is able to make a huge amount of progress in a minuscule amount of time. The community, the framework, the code base has never been in better quality than it is today.
Anyway, so much respect for what David has built and what David's approach to leadership. Love it, hate it, and it do not deny its effectiveness, and do not, and this is important, ever think that Rails is what it is despite of anything David does. It is what it is. It's as successful as it is, as good as it is, because of everything David does. These things are not separable. There is no Rails without David.
Ruby on Rails is full of people who were not trained to be computer scientists, who were not trained to be programmers, who came from all walks of life, who simply developed an interest in creating web applications, were able to learn how to do it with Ruby on Rails because it was easy, because it did not require this extensive background training to get something going. Ruby on Rails has from the outset focused on making it simple to get started. Because if you can't get started, you can't keep going. That initial wall for so many people is so tall. I faced that wall myself when I was trying and failed to learn programming several times in my life. Ruby on Rails has to have this kind of slope. You start down really low, really simple, having to learn very little, and then you can go all the way to become the top person, programmer in your company, in your industry, even if you don't have the credentials. I love that part of Ruby on Rails. I love the diversity of the people who've been able to create a career in programming because of this framework that we've created.
That was good. Oh, it's not quite done. And yeah, 1 second there, Bexy. Let me get to that. So yeah, that was really good. So yep, one more time, just to paste the link for everybody. If you're on YouTube or Twitch, either one, there you go. And yeah, so let's hide that. Let's get back to some code. And let me get some music going. Okay, so, is it good practice to create product cards for product category / grid page via creating the nodes on the fly for each product? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, Omar. Yep, we've watched the Vue one, we've watched the Ember one, we've watched the Elixir one, all here on stream. No, oh stop, maybe you're misunderstanding the word, right? When they say good practice, they mean is it good in practice? Not good to practice, but good in practice. Just as like a doctor's practice is their job, right? So maybe it's a language barrier, but you're misunderstanding what practice means in that case. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, different definition of practice. It is, yeah. Produce versus produce. Very different things. I mean, now try and explain it to us, Bexy. Yeah, use your words. I think looking at the code isn't going to help us. It's just a lazy way of not explaining what you mean better. In explaining what you mean better, you're probably going to understand it better too. All right, so hold on. What else did I miss while we were hanging out? Let me just double check. And yeah, Finite, Mr. Sir. Yeah, how you doing? So yeah, you've got rose-colored glasses about IRC. Yeah, we do. It happens. What about types? Oh, stop. Right? Theo even has a good like anecdote about this. He was talking about it yesterday when we rated him. If you are not an amazing developer, you gain a lot more from types. Someone like Ryan Carniato does not benefit that much from types, and they actually get in his way because he's that good of a dev, right? I know you were just memeing, but it's kind of a lazy meme. With the right guardrails and editor tooling, a lack of types is fine. And with those guardrails, I just mean knowing the pattern to safely access things that could be potentially undefined. Those patterns were totally fine for a long time before TypeScript existed. To follow up just a little bit more, TypeScript is useful because your code base is only as good as the worst person on your team. TypeScript helps the worst person on your team be better, whereas sometimes it gets in the way of the best people on your team. The value from bringing up the worst performers rather than hindering your best ones is usually better because it makes the code base more stable. So yeah, I totally agree with what Theo was saying yesterday on stream. We had good timing to catch that. All right. You're working on an e-commerce website using JavaScript to create the product cart template or div structure, right? So Bexy, what you're doing is you're trying to do a framework-like thing without a framework. I'd recommend just using a framework. But no matter what, the thing you're doing with those nodes or whatever, per product, is just a representation of the product. It's not the product itself. Right? So, I mean, I would just push back majorly on the entire append thing. Now, the virtual DOM's massively less relevant here, Ostap. Nope. You don't need a virtual DOM to have declarative rendering. Completely unrelated. Virtual DOM is a performance optimization for that, but these days using things like Solid that don't have a virtual DOM are just as fast because it's declarative. So it's more about declarative versus procedural rendering. What you're doing right now, Bexy, is very procedural. No, the way you're doing it might actually be faster. It depends, right? All of it depends. The speed of it doesn't matter. What matters is the way you think about the data populating the page. Yeah, maybe me too, but I would say if they've never used a framework, they're going to go through the same problems with web components. They're going to be appending web components to the page rather than declaratively rendering the entire DOM. So yeah, I would say, Bexy, you might be used to other languages or something where the procedural approach to rendering is common, but that's really just a flaw in those languages. They need a declarative library for that stuff anyway. I would recommend learning a framework ASAP, because then you can take the patterns from the framework and apply it to a non-framework solution. But without knowing those patterns, you're just going to go down the same procedural rabbit hole that is going to cause the same problems. Yeah, I would highly recommend just learn a framework. Then afterwards, maybe try and recreate the declarative rendering aspect of it without a framework, and then you're basically building your own framework. But you need to understand the patterns first before you try and do that. All right, so back to what we're doing. We're doing some PHP stuff. Hold on, let me just check this real quick. Hello? Yes? Hi. Good. I'm still not sure yet, so I need some time to think on it more. Sounds great. All right, thank you. Bye. Now, I think that one was a good one. It's about, renewing my lease. Yeah. I really don't want to stick here for another entire year. Because I'm overpaying on rent. Okay, so. Yeah, exactly. Problem is, yeah, depending on where I want to move, they're going to want to have, X months of, paychecks or whatever, regardless of whether I can pay the entire year out of pocket anyway. So that's the bummer of it. I need a steady paycheck to convince places that I can actually live there, regardless of how much money is in my account, which is super annoying. I looked at it. I got stock and crypto I could sell to, live for another, couple years maybe. More like year and a half, probably. I haven't read that, but I have built out my own version of declarative rendering before. At the end of the day, me too, it's just declarative rendering. It's easy. You can do that yourself. Yeah, I had to do that to move into this place, Krasner. It's just... Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a hassle, but it's totally doable. Yeah. I stayed up way too late the other night looking at apartments. Man, if I can cut my rent in half, I'll be sitting pretty. Yeah, for sure, Twofuls. Makes sense, me too. Yeah, I'm paying like $3 grand a month. I'd love to get that down to like 1,500. A bunch of the places I've looked at where I'd be like closer to the mountain are not within that range, which is a super bummer. I've also kind of got some criteria that I don't want to live underneath someone anymore, so I'd want to live on the top floor. Because, dude, my upstairs neighbor fucking sucks. Like, dude, they're the worst. The worst. Vacuuming at 9 a.m. on a Saturday. Things like that. Just so annoying. Yeah. I had to complain about them playing music till like 4 a.m. with heavy bumping bass. At some point, I'll complain about them letting their dog piss on the balcony. Yeah, hold on. There's a good YouTube video about it. Hold up. Yeah. Neighbor. Everyone's upstairs neighbors. Oh, this video is so good. We got a quick second. We'll play it here. It's a Friday, so it's nice and relaxing. Hold up. Yeah. That is definitely some upstairs neighbor stuff. For sure. Like, just the worst. The worst human beings I can think of. Zero consideration for anyone living near them. So hold on. Yeah, we're going to watch this video real quick because I love it. I love this video. It's really well done. I would recommend giving a like and subscribe to that channel because it's just that good. But yeah, we're going to watch this.
What does being an upstairs neighbor mean to you?
It means we make sound.
There's a lot of noise going on up here. It kind of sounds like...
Sounds tough.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yep. Be well.
Thank you.
You know, some people might say what we do is passive aggressive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
People might say what we do is passive aggressive. Thank you. I know, yeah, that one was weird, me too. Yeah, that one was a bit weird. Just classic, though. That's quite possibly my favorite YouTube video of the month. Okay, so music time. Let's keep going. All right, I'm gonna leave my lurk elsewhere. Cool, cool. All right, so let's pour another beverage. And yeah, still no, like, absolutely no word from the person I was gonna have a meeting with. I mean, I get it. Makes sense. They're busy. They're a CEO. They got work to do. I wonder if maybe I just sent my email response to them a little too late yesterday. So they had already made other plans. It's my current guess. Oh yeah, for sure, me too. All right, so what we're doing is we're working on our scheduler. The big gist is we've got issues right here. These fail out because that just doesn't exist. And we end up needing to refactor our daily test as well. Now, technically, I feel like we've got something slightly off here. I don't know what it is yet, though. Because we still failed out inside of our start-end test, but no matter what, we got to get these working. Let's go look at how we ended up doing the refactor of our daily stuff, and we end up needing 0 day with now time. And we're just doing it to timestamp as well. For scheduled features. Right? So let's say you're the maker of a mobile game or app, and you want to show a holiday theme on Christmas. That means you would have to actually know when to actually, like, get the feature out there. You'd have to make sure that the App Store approves your app in time. That can take up to a week. So, yeah, like, if you wanted to do that, you'd want to make sure you got it shipped out to people ahead of time, and then your feature flag would look at the date on the relevant day to turn that feature on for like a theme or something for Christmas, right? To show it snowing within the homepage or something. Some BS, right? That stuff happens. People do holiday themes for their apps. Totally. How would you do that with a mobile app where you don't control the release cadence? Because you can't control the person reviewing your app on the App Store actually allowing it to go through when you want. Because of that, you need to be able to schedule a feature. So tufuls, this is everywhere. This right here, this PHP SDK is obviously for the back end. The JavaScript SDK is for the front end, but also for back end. Because no matter what, it's just a client fetching a JSON file and evaluating it at runtime. The magic of feature flags is they have to be evaluated at runtime. Whether it's on your server or client, doesn't matter. Or it's server or front end, I should say. Because they're both clients of the JSON file. So yes, OSTOP. Basically, we have multiple different types of scheduling. So let's say you wanted to start at noon next Tuesday and run until midnight on the following Sunday. That would be a start-end. Let's say you wanted to run from 9 to 5 over a 2-week period. Right? So every day it's only live during 9 to 5 over 2 weeks. Every day during that 2 weeks, but only from 9 to 5, that would be the daily type. This is the main reason I'm not worried about the open feature proposal, etc., right? Like those specifications, because they have no concept of scheduling. Okay, that's fine, OSTOP. I don't care. Yeah, there's plenty of libraries with things to modify instances. What does that matter? No, nothing modifies the JSON file at any time. The JSON file is the source of truth. It is immutable until you update it. There are no subscribers. It's a JSON file sitting somewhere. How do you subscribe to a JSON file? You can do it with S3, maybe, but we're not trying to be S3 bound. So there is no subscribing. There's just fetching the JSON on an interval. You decide that interval as yourself as the app developer. And you just make sure you update that JSON file when you want to change something. But scheduling is not about updating the file, it's static within that file. No matter what, the JSON file needs to be looked at as static. Sure, OSTOP, I just don't care. Then I'd have to worry about all the things that ChatGPT did wrong when I could just write the code. Like, I get very little value from something like that for ChatGPT. No thank you, I'm good. Because we'd have to deal with all the hallucinations of it. I'm good. Why? Right? Translating logic from language to language is pretty easy, actually, for a human being. We'd still have to worry about the ChatGPT hallucinations and then solve those. So I'd be wasting time in one way or another. Why not just do the thing that I know will work? Because we've already done it for the Rust code, the Python code. We're going to do it for PHP, and we're going to do it for all the other 5 or 6 SDKs we have. Yeah, I don't trust ChatGPT for code whatsoever. Nope. And then, OSTOP, you're spending time fine-tuning your prompt. rather than just doing the thing. I'm good. I don't think fine-tuning a prompt is a good use of my time. It means I understand the code it produced even less. All right, so 0 day. We want to do 0 day with now time. Yeah, exactly, sharpshooter. I agree with that for sure. You use ChatGPT like Google. Yes, I'm actually just pretty damn good at Googling. So again, I don't find a lot of value from ChatGPT. Technically, ChatGPT deprives me of a purple link when I go to Google something. That purple link is invaluable. I'm sorry, like, I come from the era of being really good at Googling for things. You needed to get good at web dev. ChatGPT doesn't solve a problem that I have. It solves problems, sure, but it's not a problem that I have. I think it's really good at random creation, right? Using ChatGPT under the hood for our subscription announcer, etc., is really good. Like, I think ChatGPT for taking the inspiration from the entirety of the internet and creating something unique, or at least creative, on the fly, randomly, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's something that you can't Google for. That is where ChatGPT's value is to me. Yeah, I don't know about that, Tufels. It depends on the library. Most Python libs I've worked with recently have great docs. Arrow, fantastic documentation. I'm not saying don't use it. I'm saying there are very specific problems I think it solves. And the problems that other people use ChatGPT to solve, I have other ways of solving. And I have other things that I gain from solving those in the way I do it. Does it mean I'm bad at prompt engineering? Yeah, maybe. Should I get better at it? Absolutely. But for code? Hell no. I don't care about engineering ChatGPT for code. Yeah, ChatGPT is the, let me just trust the first Stack Overflow I find. I've never done that. Yeah, it's basically the new Stack Overflow, copy and paste the first thing you find. Sometimes it's even copying from the question, not the answer. Which is a common problem that people go through when using Stack Overflow for the first few times as well. But you don't get a purple link from it. You don't know where that answer came from. You just gotta trust that it's right or evaluate that it's wrong. I'm good. No, thank you. It's like clicking the I feel lucky link or button on Google. How often do you actually click that I'm feeling lucky button? You don't. Nobody does. Yeah, evaluating that it's wrong is about as much effort as rewriting it or writing it in the first place. I saw a good tweet about it, right? Like, just memes of people being like, I really wonder how people ever wrote essays or did blank without ChatGPT. Well, we actually use this little thing that ships with every human being ever. It's called a brain. And we actually had to engage it. and we still have to engage it. The people that don't create shit content, shit essays, etc. They use, they use the big words that ChatGPT gives them without even knowing what they mean. And it sounds like someone just trying to sound smart. ChatGPT often sounds like someone just trying to sound smart. Oh yeah, dude, do not, oh man, hold on, there are absolutely comments from teachers that will make you really, really scared for the future. Right? Now, keep in mind, there is a bit of survivorship or confirmation bias to this because the only people that are going to be posting these types of complaints about stupid students are going to be people with stupid students. If you have a good class and a good set of students and a good school district and whatever, you're not going to be posting to the teacher's subreddit. Right? So there is definitely some type of bias in, yeah, we're only going to hear about the worst, because if it's good, you don't hear about it. That's actually been the case forever. If something's good, someone might tell a friend. If something's bad, they'll tell everyone they know. That's been the case forever. That's actually how marketing works. Ooh, I do like that one. Yeah, X Factor, that's a solid emote. Yeah, Theo's got some good emotes. So yeah, just remember, right? The public needs to know the ugly truth. These are most likely people teaching in urban areas. And when I mean urban, it's just simply, there's a big difference between a suburb school and a school that is in one of the most densely populated areas, right? And that dense population is really what causes this bias. In a suburb, there are just less people. I think at my high school, there was 2,000 kids. At a proper urban high school, you're maybe dealing with 10,000. Just due to population density. Yeah, so I think there's a tricky part to that. Really? See, I did not. I've always been a big fan of reading. I've read Hitchhiker's Guide multiple times while I was in high school. I read a bunch of Kurt Vonnegut while I was in high school. Now, does that mean I was a good student? Hell no. I was the biggest slacker you would find. Oh, wait, hold on, let me crunch the numbers. Yeah, I can do 0 homework and ace every test and get a 70% in the class? Yeah, I'll just do that. So, again, laziness is a thing that I identify with. But some of this stuff is not laziness. In that list on that page. Being able to write a complete sentence with grammar and punctuation, it's really sad, right? In the comments below, someone mentions that someone wrote a multi-page essay with 0 punctuation. How does that happen? Roald Dahl? I maybe read like one Roald Dahl book. I never read any C.S. Lewis. No, I'm basically a sci-fi fan. My mom was always a sci-fi fan too. She loves Larry Niven and Isaac Asimov and all that. I'm more of like a comedy sci-fi fan. So I'm a big like Kurt Vonnegut and Douglas Adams person. Not everything Kurt Vonnegut writes is funny, but he has enough like little moments in his books that are really good. And at the end of the day, like he's more of like a philosopher that turns his stuff into a novel. So if you read Kurt Vonnegut, you can actually just cut through and understand like more like philosophical things rather than just like caring about the characters, etc. Every single Kurt Vonnegut short story has a thesis. Yes, exactly. There you go, Twofuls. Yeah, they're talking about 15 to 18 years old. They're talking about high school. And people are having those kind of deficiencies. Not even able to add or subtract double digits. Like, whoa. Right, even if it's used wrong, just throw a comma splice in there to show me that you know what a comma even is. Right? Like, oh my god. Yikes. But yeah, so, yep, that's the article we're talking about there, X Factor. And it's scary, but remember that there is a bias to that. The only people that are going to post something like that are the worst. And I had a quote that, you know, you probably missed because you just got here. If something is good, people might tell someone. Maybe. They might tell, like, one person that something was good. If something is bad, they'll tell everyone they know. And that's like a secret to marketing in general. Which is why it takes so much effort to get your name out there if you're good at what you do. If your product is amazing, the people will tell a couple people about it. If it's not, everybody knows about it. Hence the meme about Datadog's pricing. Now, I'm not saying Datadog's bad, but their pricing is bad. It is super expensive. The reason we all complain about Datadog's pricing and even know that it's a meme is because it is so much easier to shout that from the mountaintops rather than saying, Datadog solved a problem for me. Sure, Twofuls, I get it. Yeah, I mean, if you have a thing you launch to Heroku and you want to start scaling it, you should really be thinking about hosting it elsewhere. But it's great for starting out. I just want to point out, though, Heroku isn't even close to the level of, like, pricing scale that Datadog hits. There are people with $1 million a year Datadog budgets. Or more. That's insane. And they're not even like the biggest company in their industry, right? Like the people using the Datadog for like $1 million a year. Yeah, exactly, Krasner. Yep. Yeah, that's a very common scenario. New Relic is quite good with a fraction of the price. Yeah, for sure. There's a company I'd love to do some DevRel for that I think would be really cool. Considering I got ghosted today, I'm less keen on shouting out how cool they are. I'm not going to shout out them in a negative way, but kind of a bummer. But again, they're busy. I get it. I'm not going to hold it against them unless I never hear from them again. At least have the decency to say, well, yeah, after our chats, maybe it doesn't work. Cool. Just say that. But yeah. I'm not gonna dox them. I just think it's funny we're a good hour and a half past when we should have had a meeting. And not a single response or message. I hope they're doing okay at this point. Maybe they got in a car wreck or something. I don't know. So I hope they're all right. I can give them the benefit of the doubt for that. I can give them the benefit of the doubt that they're a busy person. I can do that too. But yeah, let's just keep hacking at what we're doing. I know, we rant, we rave. It's a Friday. We're chilling. Oh, I have a tiger hoodie. It's just like one big tiger. Whereas this one's like you know, the magic. This one's actually staring into your soul right now. This one's adorable. Oh. This is one of my oldest hoodies. This and the ramen hoodie are my oldest, like, printed hoodies. No, it's not cotton. It's like a plasticky material that doesn't breathe that well. Printing this type of thing to cotton is actually extremely expensive. For a pure cotton hoodie, for this, ooh, yeah, nah. Nah, you're looking at a lot of money for that. Maybe. There's definitely some blends out there that are really good. Somewhere between 20 and 30. I don't remember this one exactly, but every hoodie I have that is printed like this and the same material is between $20 and $30 on Amazon. I've got a good, like, dozen of them. No. If it was cotton, it'd easily be like 70 or 50 bare minimum. Cotton is massively more expensive. Yeah. Like, all you need to do is Google for graphic print hoodie on Amazon, and you'll see all sorts of stuff. Most of them are kind of like Garbo, but you can find good ones kind of like picking through them. $75 from a Hot Topic. I don't know what Kakashi Hatuke is. Hatake? Like, I'm probably saying it wrong, but yeah, interesting. Yeah, I never watched Naruto. I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, yeah, no, sorry. I'm really not an anime fan. I like old school anime. Like, or I don't know if I like it, but I watched old school anime back in the day. Like, Demon City, Shinjuku, Ninja Scroll, right? Like, old school anime. Akira, obviously. Duh. Yeah, Akira, classic. Amazing. Akira influenced anime in such a major way, right? It, like, paved the way for a lot of, like, the techniques that we've seen. Yeah, I don't like lazy anime. Lazy anime where it's like, we won with the power of friendship. Oh, I hate it. If I want that, I'll just watch the Care Bears movie again. Right? They got a couple of them. If I want to watch a movie or a cartoon movie where someone wins with the power of friendship, yeah, I'll just watch Care Bears movies again. It's easy. No big deal. They're actually really good. Oh, Space Case. The big problem with that is every Dragon Ball Z episode on TV is about 10 minutes of, like, letting you know where, like, the previous episode left off. 10 minutes of content where people are, like, charging up their attack and, like, "Hoo-ah!" like, yelling at the screen. And then 10 minutes of what you're going to see next. So, like, there's only 10 minutes of actual content per episode. Which is BS. And when I say 10 minutes, probably, like... It's 22 minutes total, so divide that by 3 instead. But yeah, like Dragon Ball Z is kind of like the worst for getting stuff done. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Really? Even the manga does that? Jeez. Naruto has a 44 episode filler gap? What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. I know those are words. Ooh, looks like the stream I was lurking finished and rated Zorkenheimer. Great raid bash. I can get behind that. Hell yeah. I'll leave my lurk over there. Yeah, Zorkenheimer's good. I think he's doing some... Oh, he's doing Golang right now? I feel like he was always a C++ streamer. He's doing NES dev tools in Golang. That is cool. Freakazoid? Ooh, Freakazoid was late 90s, not early 90s. It was after Animaniacs for sure. Yeah, bare minimum it started in like 1996 or something. Whereas Animaniacs was easily like 1992 or something like that. I believe Freakazoid spun out of Animaniacs though. It was like a short within it, and then it spun out into its own thing. I could be wrong. But it was definitely after Animaniacs. And yeah, I remember watching a little bit of it, but that was like towards the age where I was like growing out of cartoons. Hence why I never saw any SpongeBob. Just side quest stuff, there you go. Yeah, Freakazoid's fine. I mean, Animaniacs are amazing. Some of my favorite stuff from Animaniacs was like Particle Man. But hold on, nope, never mind. That was Tiny Toons. Never mind, I'm mixing that up. Particle Man was Tiny Toons. Right? Where they just had a bunch of like They Might Be Giants songs. Yeah, so Tiny Toons was great. Animaniacs was good too, Pinky and the Brain and all that stuff. Istanbul was Constantinople. Now it's Istanbul, not Constantinople. No, you can't go back to Constantinople anymore. Yeah, those are the best bits of Tiny Toons for sure. DuckTales was fine, yeah. Makes sense, Bexy. Yeah, for sure. Gotcha. Doug. Oh, Doug. Doug was classic. Yeah. I watched a bunch of Doug, right? I'm like that age. I remember watching Roundhouse on Nickelodeon. Anyone remember Roundhouse? It was on Saturday nights. It was like the Nickelodeon Saturday Night Live kind of thing. Damn right. So Space Case, now I know you're basically 40. Now I know. I get it. You're approaching 40. You're closer than you'd like. What are you? What, 37? Really? Huh. I mean, Roundhouse wasn't a cartoon, though. Roundhouse was not a cartoon. That was like real people. So maybe you're mixing up what Roundhouse was. I don't know. Yeah, right? Like, it would basically go Roundhouse, then Are You Afraid of the Dark? Oh. I mean, really though? All right. Yeah, I mean, Saved by the Bell is different. Like, totally different. I find that interesting. Roundhouse and Are You Afraid of the Dark just doesn't strike me as something for anyone over the age of 14. Did your mom have you at the age of 14? Oh, well then, there you go. Okay, well that makes a lot more sense then. I get it. Yeah, they're like super old school, for sure. Are You Afraid of the Dark was basically like a weekly just horror, but it's like, you know, like Goosebumps style horror, not like horror. Oh, wait, really, Colton? Yeah, no, we need to get rid of that person then. Do we actually have a spammer doing that stuff? Wait, what channel? Oh, they're like private messaging you? Oh, just report them for spam. Yeah, just report them for spam. I have no control over what they do over PMs, but yeah, just report them for spam. We can ban them too. Dude, the fake artists, all they're gonna do is plug in whatever you ask for into ChatGPT anyway, so you can just do that yourself. Yeah, I can't do anything about a private message. Ooh, I mean, so twofuls. I would say 3D is not necessarily enshittification. If you're saying that, I'm gonna say you probably never watched Beast Wars. That was classic. That was good. Got a jet? Yeah. Probably not gonna go too late tonight. No, so Colton, like besides the block, you gotta do the report. For sure. I have no control over anything. The only thing I can do is if they actually post it in a channel I have. Oh, Beast Wars. Damn right, Space Case. Beast Wars was awesome. Yeah, Beast Wars was quality. For sure. All right, let me go use the restroom, though. BRB. Yeah, Beast Wars was fun. Yeah, no worries, Bob. Have a good one. I'll see you over on gaming later, right? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I never watched any of that myself. Beast Warrior? Hold on. You're talking about the movie, right? Was it Beast Warrior? I thought it was something else. Beast Master. You're thinking of Beast Master. Right, they made like 3 or 4 movies. Increasingly poor quality every time, like the Warlock series as well. Yeah. Yeah, Space Case. I've seen so much terrible film. I really like a good cheesy movie. I'll happily watch Toxic Avenger and any Trauma stuff you got. Nuke 'Em High was great. But yeah, no worries, Space Case. We'll see you in a sec. We'll see you soon. All right, so what we want to do here is 0 day with now. All right, so 0 day with now is a thing we got there. So Docker containers for the dev environment. Any decent tooling other than writing a setup.sh? Oh yeah, that was a while ago, Perp Skirt. But yeah, super cool, man. I'd still love to work with Rocks on a thing. I think Walter is the one. But I need to get accepted to Y Combinator before he'll actually, like, agree to join, and even then, he's probably up in the air. There's also another person I'd love to approach as like a co-founder for Walter. I don't want to dox who they are or necessarily like why they would be open to it. But yeah. Yeah, I think it'd be really cool. So yeah, I think Walter is the most economically viable startup I got. I think Vexilla is the most useful startup I got. But monetizing Vexilla is a lot harder because we don't have a cloud platform. We don't have a service that we're offering. It's just a static file and some SDKs. So yeah, I don't think there's anyone that would be on board for helping run Vexilla. So that's on me. But yeah, I'd love to like really approach Rox for Walter or approach another person for Walter as them being like the CEO. I would obviously just be CTO. I'd still want to maintain majority ownership because I built out the majority of the platform already. But, you know, things like that. Yeah, I really think Walter has legs. I really want to work on it again soon. That said, I need to get Vexilla in a place that I think is worth monetizing. And then maybe I propose a cloud platform for Vexilla. Sure, why not? High together? Well, high alone. How you doing, Electroshock? You mind if I just call you Therapy? Ooh, Owen's had it. I'm kidding. I'm just joking. No, hold on. Twofuls. I mean, I answered your question a bit, right? I would say the things you're doing in your setup.sh should actually, like, if they're reproducible, they should be part of your layer for the Docker container. That way they're cacheable. Anything that doesn't need to get cached would be in your setup.sh, and that's fine. But you need to really consider what's in your setup.sh versus something that you add as part of a layer in your Docker container. Right, in your Docker image or whatever. Yeah, I know where he's going. That's fun. I only know it from movies, but I get it. But yeah, twofuls. Like, I responded a bit. Maybe you don't have a sub, so like it was during an ad, maybe. But yes, you need to really evaluate what you're putting in your setup.sh. And wonder if it should be cacheable. And if it should be cacheable as a layer within your container, it should actually just be like a command or a run or all sorts of stuff within your Docker instance instead. Anything you're doing in a setup.sh could actually be individual run commands inside of your Docker container, right? But it depends on when they need to run and whether it should be cached. If you want to cache it outside, go for it. I know, that was a bad joke. I don't even know what it means. Sorry. Cache me outside. But yeah, real quick, Belfazar, Mr. Sir, thank you for the follow. How about that? Oh, actually, hold on. Sorry, Perpscript. The proper way to do that is, how about that? It's actually one word. How about that? I just want to say, though, setup, like, no, like, the Docker run stuff you're doing.
For the support,
Ooh.
Fugwenner is a cosmic superhero who can manipulate time and space. They were an ordinary human until a mysterious comet passed by Earth, granting them unparalleled powers. Fugwenner can teleport to any location in the universe, slow down or accelerate time around them, and even create temporal loops. They use their abilities to prevent disasters and fight against cosmic threats, always cloaked in a suit that sparkles like the night sky. Their mission is to maintain the balance of the cosmos, guided by the wisdom of the stars.
Fugwenna sparkles like the night sky. Ooh, yeah. I'd be surprised if you don't add that to your Twitter profile. Right there under your name. Sparkles like the night sky. Boom, nailed it. Yeah, thank you, Colton. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. It runs into issues if you did like a gift of 5 subs at once, because we're not properly resetting the context. It actually gets confused and shouts out the wrong people at the wrong time because it's maintaining the context of like the previous shout out. So that's like a bug. That's something I got to work on. It's actually not that bad of a fix. We just have to actually end the call and then restart it. I mean, I speak English and bad English. But no, I actually, I would need to ramp back up again as far as conversational Spanish, but I did take 3 years of Spanish in high school. The 3rd year was like an immersion class in which we were only allowed to speak Spanish. So I got pretty good at it. ¿Cómo se dice en español smoke weed? Fumar mota. Ah, okay, cool. Denzel came in at the exact right time. What's up, Peter? How you doing? It does, yeah. Weed is a universal language in and of itself. Yeah. My accent was probably terrible. I get that, Tag Life. Yeah, no worries. But yes, I have spoken enough Spanish that if I were to be dropped into a Spanish-speaking country, not Brazil, because they speak Portuguese, that's totally different. If I was dropped into a Spanish-speaking country, I would probably be okay. Would I be perfect right off the bat? Hell no. But I would learn conversational enough Spanish that I could be, like, dangerous, you know? Like, I could actually converse and chat, etc. Wait, weed was legalized today in Germany? They legalized it just in time for 420? You know they did that on purpose, right? Duh. Get myself into trouble, but maybe not out of trouble. Lo siento. Yo no sé. Like, yeah. And I know, no sé is actually like, I don't know already, right? Yo no sé makes me sound like very American. I get it. It's fine. I feel like it adds emphasis, though. Technically, I could just say no sé. I don't know. But yo no sé, I think, adds like a, you know, extra context to it. Like, I really don't know. You know, like it's technically just I don't know, but you know what I mean. Ooh, hold on. A la playa. Let's go to the park? I forget what playa is, actually. Oh, beach? Oh. Alright, well I don't like the beach anyway, so yeah. No one would say that. Like, you'd never hear me say that. Let's go to the beach? Fuck that shit. You mean the place with all the sand? Ugh. Ugh. Yeah. I mean, I live in Washington. It would be a rocky beach, for sure. It's coarse and it's rough and it gets everywhere. Exactly, sharpshooter. You stay away from those younglings. There you go. Metajessa was going after the same meme. No, I don't like the heat. I don't like it being hot. I'm not a big water person because of my dislocated shoulder. And also existentialism. Yeah, right? Swimming in a large body of water massively triggers my existential crises. Right? Because you are nothing compared to that body of water. You're just another speck of sand in that body of water, you know? Oof, I hate it. Yeah, I really, really, really have an existential fear of large bodies of water. But yeah, Denzel, how you doing, man? I feel like it's been a bit. I was lurking Bash Bunny. So yeah, I saw you chatting over there. I think you were also over in Alt F4 stream earlier too, right? Yeah, it's a little bit of like thalassophobia, but it's also a bit more of just like the feeling small of it, you know? Which maybe is a bit of thalassophobia. I feel like a lot of thalassophobia is about like the unknown under the water, rather than just simply the inconsequentialness. I imagine being in the middle of the ocean without anything around you to be the exact same feeling as drifting away from your space station or shuttle or whatever in space, right? You're fucked, you're screwed, and all you have is time to think about what went wrong, you know? And just waiting to die. So yeah, that entire bit, like the existential crisis of drifting away from your space station or drifting in the open ocean. Terrifying. That's the worst thing I can think of. And it's not even about in the ocean like the stuff under the surface. It's more about just like even above the surface. You're kind of screwed. Unknown spaces. Interesting, Colton. Okay, I can see that. Wild land? Yeah, absolutely, because wild land doesn't depend on my ability to tread water. I can survive in the wilderness. I've done it. I've been on mushrooms in the middle of the woods. No problem. No big deal. Zero stress. I could survive. Don't we know more about space than our oceans? That's a tricky thing. That's a trickier thing. I feel like there's like a caveat to the way we describe knowing more about space than the ocean. Oh yeah, like sharpshooter. Like I've been like, I wonder, do kids even do this anymore? When I was in 6th grade, we went to a thing, it was called Stokes. It was actually like a camping thing, and they taught us all sorts of like survival, like wilderness stuff. It was actually through school, and it cost money to go to it, and it was really cool. But like, yeah, hey, here's the thing. You've got all of these items to choose from. Which ones would you take? You can only pick 2. Right? The flashlight is the big one. The flashlight includes the batteries for the flashlight. Do you want to be able to start a fire? Well, yeah, grab that steel wool. You can start a fire with batteries and steel wool. It's kind of crazy. I've seen it done. I can make it happen again. Technically, the batteries and steel wool doesn't even require that much kindling, you know? Ooh, so that's the big thing, right? The flashlight they showed us had either C or D batteries, and those maybe have a higher amperage than our lithium-ion batteries. I'm not sure about that. I'd have to look at that, because I believe the key to it was the amperage. But maybe it's more about, I don't think it's about voltage, because voltage without amperage is meaningless. The only reason your 120 volt like power line would kill you is because of the amps behind it. If you want to think about it this way, amperage is like the water flow. Voltage is the width in which that water flows, right? So low voltage, high amperage can still mess you up, but it's probably not as bad. But high voltage with high amperage means, yeah, it's like the worst of both. Yeah, if you don't need the battery, just puncture it and the oxygen will turn it into a fire for you. Now that's a one-time thing, so be careful. High voltage but tiny amperage is static electricity. Sure, yeah, that's a way, like, totally like a good way of looking at that, for sure. Yeah, voltage is not the thing that kills you. Amperage behind the voltage is it. Voltage is just simply like the width of the avenue that electricity flows down. If you have low amperage behind that width, then it's just, yeah, there's not much flowing into you. It's just a wider bandwidth, you know? Honestly, I love some of these like random tangents and conversations we have. This is one of my favorite parts of streaming. Yes, am I getting work done? We got so much work done earlier. We can get more done too. We tend to get less done as the lemonades flow. Which is why any company I work for, like the main value they would get is early part of the day. But there's absolutely still value from chatting about the thing that we might make content about with a whiskey in us. I mean, Denzel, I don't know if you know this. I used to start streaming at like 5, maybe 6 a.m. For sure. I'll totally do that. For like work, I could do that, no problem. I'd rather start at like maybe 8 or 9 and do their work that way. Ooh, there you go, Space Case. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, probably not. I did that for maybe like the first 3 years of my stream. Joules is equal to wattage, or not equal, but like the same measurement with a different like increment, right? A different like unit or whatever. Yes, voltage times amperage is really what kills you, which is why I was really making the distinction that high voltage and low amperage doesn't matter. Kilojoules is actually just a joule times 1,000. In the same way that a watt and a kilowatt are related as well, right? The kilo part is actually just like the measure, right? The number. It's just the order of magnitude. So kilojoule, megajoule, gigajoule, whatever. That's just the order of magnitude. Just like megabyte, gigabyte, kilobyte, whatever, right? You're lucky you had a class about this stuff. I don't remember having a class that addressed any of this. I don't know where I learned it. I just like learning stuff. Learning something makes me feel better. I assume there's people out there like that too, right? Damn. Sorry for the burp. Damn right. Hell yeah, Average Goop. It was an elective. Yeah. Oh, really, Space Case? Oh, that is super weird to me. Huh. So, let me point out, I had a 2.3 GPA in high school. Any class that required a brain? Yeah, I would also use my brain to recognize that I only needed to pass the class. I didn't need to ace it. If I aced the tests and got a 0 on the homework, could I still pass the class? Yeah, I'm gonna do that then. But I failed a PE class in 9th grade and then had to retake PE in high school, and oh, that was way better because I got to do badminton and pickleball for like 3 trimesters or whatever, and that was amazing. Oh, if they have a badminton pickleball class at your high school, take it. Just take it. Just do it. Pickleball is basically like human-sized table tennis. Ah, you played football for 8 years? You had enough PE? I gotcha. Yeah, I'm 5'6" at my tallest. I was under 5 feet during junior high, which meant I didn't make the basketball team, not even JV. I had a somewhat short teacher say, "You're too short for basketball." And I have hated that dude ever since. Like, pure hatred. That dude sucks. The worst PE teacher I've ever had. What a dickbag. What a dickbag. He cared more about winning for a JV basketball team. If you're a PE teacher teaching some team at a junior high school, just recognize where you are and winning is not the main goal? I scored more points than most people. I had more assists than most people. Right? By the numbers, I should have made the team. But he just told me I was too short. What a dickhead, man. What a total dickhead. It's why he's teaching PE at an elementary school or a junior high school. Because he's not capable of anything better. I don't know his name. Who cares? Right? I stopped giving a shit about that teacher the moment he had that moment. Like, dude, that dude sucks. That dude sucks. He has to live with the life he led. So Tufels, PE as a class is never actually about that. This was always like extracurricular outside of the thing. Yes, so sports are extracurricular, meaning that, you know, it's not part of your like daily schedule. So you have to apply, like you have to do the tryouts, etc. after school. You have to do practice after school or before school, you know. And yeah, no worries, Rumple. Yeah, I have a major beef with that terrible teacher. Just the worst, man. Yeah, if he was any good at what he was doing, he wouldn't be teaching at a junior high. He's treating junior high JV basketball like varsity college. You know, like, what a dickhead. Yeah, he's not even good at it. Because I had the numbers to back it up. I was just short. I had the assists during our scrimmages. I had even some points during our scrimmages. You know? I was just short. What a terrible PE teacher. What a terrible JV basketball coach. And yeah, that's all he's qualified to do. Teach JV basketball. Just the worst, man. Honestly, Tufels, right? This is in the era where Muggsy Bogues was still in the league. Muggsy Bogues was still a professional basketball player at that time. Most of us are taller than Muggsy Bogues. Oh, damn, Colton. Oh, man, you got a bone disease? Oh, I'm sorry, man. Dude, that sucks. Oh. Yeah, I don't think you've disclosed that before. And if you did, I definitely forgot, so I'm sorry. But I get that. That makes sense. But yeah, the best, shortest basketball player. Oh, Muggsy Bogues is the best player to play in NBA Jam. Because he jumps the highest, right? Because he's so short, like he has to like compensate with those dunks, you know? It looks even more impressive.
The support. Sloppy Jollopy is a resilient superhero whose superpower lies in their ability to transform anything they touch into tools or weapons. This came after an experiment gone wrong in a junkyard. They always wear a mechanic-themed uniform, emphasizing their knack for innovation and resourcefulness.
Knack.
Sloppy Jollopy is thrifty, never wasting an opportunity to use their unique skill. Their superpower is not only about fighting villains, but it also teaches a broader lesson about the value of resourcefulness and creativity.
Oh, it's working. Average Goob, yeah, it's working. It is an AI, not plugin, it's a tool I made working with Vappy.ai, right? Vappy is a voice API for basically like conversational assistants. We're not necessarily doing like their core thing with it, but man, this is pretty good. Yeah, so Denzel, yeah, this is a thing we made over like the course of 4 days. I think maybe the 5th day we did some like fine tuning or something. As a take-home project in which I need to like edit things together, I took the 20-ish hours and condensed it down to 7. I need to condense that down to like 5 minutes. But I'm using that as like an interview tool as well. And whether I work full-time for this company, if I get a different gig, I could still do like contracting, promoting the tool and showing it off, etc. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I'd say check it out. Like Denzel, if you want to start streaming again soon and you want to implement it, like yeah, just use that link I pasted. It gives you the instructions to do so, and if you run into issues with it, just let me know, and yeah, we'll improve it as we can. To turn it into a Twitch extension that would actually make me money involves like APIs and things that they just don't have, because I can't ship my publishable API key as a Twitch extension API key, because someone would exploit that, and then I'd be on the hook, right? I can't trust that. So there are ways that we need to be able to guard things from Vappy that I don't think they've considered. And again, maybe I should finish out the editing of that video and maybe they still want to pay for like, you know, development time and like promotion and whatever. I feel like I have driven them traffic, etc., but we haven't even published that whole thing yet. So yeah, Twitch voice rewards with our Vappy.ai link, I think is valid, but there's more work to do to make it like obvious that they need to pay me money. We're not there yet, but we're close. So Space Case, what I would really rely upon is like a transaction ID of some kind, and then being able to query for that transaction ID. I don't know. There's like some stuff to do to make it like an actual extension, which is why I'm not worried about someone taking that idea and trying to make an extension for it, because good luck. But yeah, like there's stuff we got to do for sure. It was super fun though, and I'd like to continue editing that video. We'll do it eventually.
Thanks for the support. The Average Goob. They are a quirky, lovable hero with an uncanny ability to blend into any situation. With their superpower of adaptability, they can mimic the skills and powers of those around them, becoming average at everything.
Becoming average at everything!
From a freak cosmic event, they discovered their unique gift while struggling to fit in. Now they use their powers to solve crimes and lend a helping hand, proving that even an average goob can save the day.
Proving that even an average goob can save the day. Oh my god, thank you so much for the bits there, Goob. We got a hype train. Heyo! Ah, dude, that was a good one. I hope you like that. If you want me to get the clip, I will clip it from like the YouTube video. I still need to do that for Robotic Head as well. But yes, because my Twitch clips don't get my desktop audio, we'd have to do some extra work. But not bad, right? Really not bad. No worries, Denzel. Yeah, dude, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. you know, always a good time here. I'm looking forward to you streaming again. When is that gonna happen? And you don't have to answer now. Just know that I like people streaming. I like the category getting bigger and bigger. The more people that stream, the more people that watch. That is a direct correlation. That is totally a thing. Despite like the, you know, the highest performers, no. There is a direct correlation to the amount of people in the category related to the amount of people streaming in the category. So, yeah. I'm being somewhat selfish by helping promote you.
Thanks for the support. The average goob, contrary to what their name suggests, is anything but ordinary. They possess the incredible ability to shapeshift into any goo-like form, squeezing through the tiniest cracks and resisting all physical attacks. Their origin story reveals that they were once a normal person until they fell into a vat of experimental biogel at a quirky science lab. Now, they use their elastic and adhesive powers to thwart crime, sticking evildoers in place and disguising themselves seamlessly. The average goob is a slippery hero with a solid resolve for justice.
Slippery hero with a solid resolve. Oh, there you go. Dude, this is good. That was super good. Slippery and average. There you go. Here's my next bit. I actually want to write my bot to use multiple inputs. Yeah, exactly. It's on the person you gift. So Colton, if you're trying to get it for yourself, you need to shout out your sub. Just refresh. I bet you got a sub to shout out because you haven't done it yet, right? Shout out your sub already. And then you can get your name shouted out.
Thanks for the support.
What the fuck, man? All right, hold on. Colton, just chat real quick. One message. Just say something again.
Thanks for the support. Thanks for the support.
It doesn't like anybody. Let me just do a refresh. 1 second. No, it didn't like anyone. Thanks for the support, but I'm sorry, that was broken. Right, Colton, one more try.
Thanks for the support.
Colton, you broke it! How dare you? What the fuck, dude?
Thanks for the support. The average goob. A seemingly ordinary individual turned extraordinary hero. By day, they navigate life as a mild-mannered office worker, but when danger strikes, they transform into a champion of justice. Their superpower is the ability to manipulate probability, bending luck to their advantage. Their origin story begins with a brush with fate, surviving a chaotic accident that granted them their remarkable gift. Now, armed with their newfound abilities, the average goob fights for justice, using their unpredictable power to outwit villains and bring balance to the world. One space case is a cosmic crusader from a far-off galaxy. They are bestowed with interstellar superpowers, including the ability to teleport across the universe, harness raw cosmic energy, and manipulate time and space. Their story starts on a distant planet where, after colliding with a rogue comet, they gained their incredible abilities. When their home planet was threatened, one space case used their powers to transport the entire population to safety. Owning their name, they now roam space, using their powers to protect all species, universes, and dimensions from harm. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the support. The average goob stands tall as the representative of everyday...
Nope, refreshing. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, average goob, you've taken too much. Okay, hold on. Let me do this then. It actually does hate Colton for some reason. What the fuck, man? Yeah, like, I don't know. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Yeah, 1 second. Like, Colton, I have no idea what's going on. 1 second. I think I had the wrong model. Let me just do this.
Thanks for the support.
My name is Colton45. My name is Colton45. Hold on. Never mind. Hold on. I would have to do, like, another thing. All right, Colton, try it one more time. Only Colton.
Thanks for the support.
You're right. It might be related to... Yeah.
Thanks for the support. One space case is an intergalactic crusader. Imagine them in a spacesuit designed with cosmic colors and a visor that displays an infinity of stars. They hold the power to manipulate celestial energy, permitting them to teleport and shoot starfire from their hands. Their origin story starts from being a mere astronaut who encountered a mysterious cosmic artifact during a space mission that endowed one space case with their astounding powers. They are now an untiring defender of the universe. Thanks for the support.
My name is Colton. Hold on.
Thanks for the support.
My name is Colton.
Colton, as a superhero, they'd adopt the name Shadowstream. They'd harness the power of invisibility and teleportation, blending with the shadows and traveling instantaneously between them. Raised near a secretive power plant, Colton obtained their powers from a strange radioactive event. As Shadowstream, they'd remain a symbol of elusive justice, striking against crime from their hidden vantage.
All right, there we go. Yeah, it's absolutely related to, yeah, I think ChatGPT is being a problem about it. Oh, they shipped an update recently. Hold on, let me try this. Only Colton, please chat.
Thanks for the support. Colton 45 would be a superhero known as the Whisperer. They have the power to communicate telepathically with animals, allowing them to gather information and gather allies in times of need. Their origin story began when they were young and saved a wounded bird, leading to a special bond with animals. They soon discovered their unique ability and decided to use it for the greater good. The Whisperer now spends their days protecting the environment, advocating for animal rights.
The Whisperer.
I'm glad you're still here.
Oh, shit.
If you have any other questions or prompts, feel free to let me know. I'm here to help.
Alright, that one was pretty good. I messed it up by chatting because, yeah, I needed to not listen to my microphone. I've got a bunch of feedback that I think they don't need to obey or listen to, but it would make what we're trying to do so much easier. I need to have some type of, like, transaction and transaction ID for, like, the prompt I gave it. Oh, really, Linux? That's crazy to me. Why? Do you have a reason? Or, like, is there, like, anything to go on for why that would happen? Oh, gambling. Really? Is that only because there's, like, channels in which people can, like, do Texas Hold'em, etc.? Because there's no gambling on the platform itself. No, so Goob, you can actually still watch, like, Texas Hold'em. You can still totally watch, like, poker in general. Alright, so I updated the bot and it should now be good. We're using Grok and Mistral, or Mixtral instead. Yeah, switching from that, or switching to that from ChatGPT is probably the move. So yeah, Colton, thank you for letting me know that. That's something we probably need to document. Okay. Word. I get it. I get it. Yeah, thank you for the help. Yeah, that was awesome. I had not seen that issue yet. Oh, no. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. That is not a bug we would have foreseen in any way, shape, or form. It was super easy for me to just change the model. It was just a button click within the Vappy UI. Super easy, man. Super easy. But yeah, anyway, I want to finish the PHP testing before we move on and do anything else. So what we're doing right here. Oh, I think you're misunderstanding. There's a Grok service that is not Twitter. So there's grok.x.ai. I don't think it's the same thing. Maybe it is. Hold on, let me look. I feel like the spelling is even different. Yeah, this is Grok with a Q. Yeah, this is a totally different thing. So Grok with a K is Elon's thing. Grok with a Q. Totally different company. Exactly there. Yes, it's running Mixtral on Grok chips, and Grok is actually like really performant. There was like I saw some post about like the diagram of a Grok chip versus like an Intel chip, and it was like crazily different, you know? So yeah, totally different thing. I feel like Elon's thing would have told us to buy a Tesla. Yeah, for sure. Right? Colton is a person that really wanted to buy a Tesla. Their superpower is the fact that they could afford a Tesla. Right? We would have heard that. I mean, that's why it's fiction. That's why it's fiction. Duh. Real quick, though. Igor, Mr. Sir, how you doing? What you up to, Igor? Mr. Sir. Yeah, damn right, Colton. Yeah, no worries. No stress. So what we're doing, yeah, we need 0 day with now time. The PHP way of doing this would absolutely be brackets. Unknown getter hours. Okay, so we still get a failure at hour 0. All right, so line 50. So start, end, single day. So is before schedule active. This is the one we care about. Failed asserting that true is false. Oh, hold up. We've actually got a flaw in our single day logic anyway. No, I get it. Yeah, Colton, you're totally right. I need to put more effort into my YouTube. Yeah, 1000%. I need to do more, like, real content for YouTube. I need to focus on that. I need to actually extract more, like, shorts from what we do here on stream. No, I totally agree. Yes. Like, Colton, that is like a thing I need to do just to like get profitability and maybe even be able to just stream full time. Then I don't have to be beholden to a company and worry about whether they ghost me. If they don't want their stuff promoted, no skin off my back kind of thing, as long as I can pay my rent with my content, I'd be set. I need to like get to a point where I can pay my rent with my content. So Space Case, what you're getting at is when I do my news crawl at the beginning of the day, I record that myself as a VOD without any of the external like audio and music. I could absolutely do that. But it requires that I go back and comb through my content myself, rather than relying upon an editor to find that stuff for me. I need to get to a point where I can actually afford to pay an editor, and then, oh man, like the sky is the limit. But until then, I need to make my own content and do my own like curation and all that stuff, and that's just effort that I just haven't put in yet, and I need to do, right? So yeah, you're not wrong, right? Space Case, you're totally right. Prime and Theo are killing it. Like, we watched Bash Bunny earlier today doing a very similar thing, for sure. Yeah, I just recently tried to edit 4 streams worth of content down to 1 contiguous, like, videos worth of content. I took 20 hours worth of content and made it 7. But no one wants to watch a 7-hour video. None of you do. I know this. Just at my core, I know this. So instead, I need to actually fine-tune that entire thing down to like a 5 to 10 minute video. And that's the part I'm working on for even like the take-home for a thing. There you go, Space Case. Yeah, for sure. I need to do that as like more of a thing. I record my stuff. I've got months worth of content I need to like actually crawl. Average Goob, I have not heard about that. Coppinger's the man though. I hope he's streaming when I'm like done for the day, because I'm planning on raiding him, but nope, looks like he's already done. So I don't even know what we'd do. I have no idea who we'd go raid right now. I got no clue, man. He does stream like a lot, for sure. One YouTube video per month. Space Case, like, yes, I need to do that. I need to hold myself to that cadence. Absolutely. Making myself do that is a totally different thing. You're not wrong, Sharpshooter. Yeah, there's a lot of work I need to do for content. And it's why I want to start waking up way earlier in the day. Because I am not inclined to do the content thing once I get a couple whiskeys in me. Or lemonades. Sorry, lemonades in me. Does that mean I should cut down on the lemonade? Maybe. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. We've had some really good cut down days. I need to have more cut down days as we go. Absolutely. I agree. 1000%. But on a Friday night, cutting back doesn't seem that fun, right? It's Friday night. Like, let's just do our thing. This is a Friday night. I'm not trying to be, like, stressed about my content. Technically. Like, I don't mind you guys chatting about it. Like, this is really good conversation. I need to release more content. Absolutely. No, I do need to cut back. I absolutely do. 1000%. Yep. I've had some really good cutback days. I think we all know I've had days in which I'll drink more than half a bottle of Four Roses. I'm trying to do that way less. Like maybe a once a month rather than once a week. You know? So yeah, it's something I gotta work on. That's on me. No, I get that, Space Case. You might classify it as ADD or ADHD or whatever. I simply classify it as I am extremely lazy. I am so lazy. I don't know if you know this. I hope you actually discern that from my description of my entire high school career. Yes, I got a 2.3 grade point average in high school because I would actually calculate how much work I actually needed to do to pass a class. Oh, did I not need to do anything and I'll just get a D and pass it? Yeah, totally. I am a person that does the bare minimum. Is that a character flaw or a personality trait? Tomato, tomato, right? So no, I get it, Space Case. I've been that person on the team that's the leader of the team. I get so much done, but really, I'm still extremely lazy. It just so happens that me being lazy still delivers value more so than most people would expect. But I am still extremely lazy. Most so when it comes to my own personal things. When it's someone else involved, yes, I feel the burden of being productive for another person. When it's my own stuff, why? Why would I stress? What, me worry? Hell no. So yeah, no, that's a total character flaw, something I gotta work on. If it's my own thing, I'm not gonna put in the effort. That is absolutely a character flaw. Could I be better about it? Yes. Will I be better about it? That requires me actually being better about it. I can postulate and hypothesize and think about all of this stuff. But when push comes to shove, I actually have to do it. And then, yeah, my theorizing doesn't matter. Ooh, so Space Case, here's the thing. I will happily do something rote until the value of it means I need to automate it. Hence, how you see me post every day the thing I'm doing, and then I post it to my today command, and then I post it over to watch.dev. Could I automate that? Yeah, maybe. But I don't. Because I don't see the value yet. I should. But I just don't, It would take so much more effort to automate that process that I can use less of my brain to do that part. I don't know, man. Yeah. There's definitely a caveat to laziness. Sometimes laziness will happily let you do something that is a waste of your time. Because automating it is way more effort. Yeah, for sure. I totally get y'all. Yep. I don't feel slighted by any of these comments. I think realistically, we are calling out the flaws I have and I need to work around them. Am I going to do that today, though? Hell no. Maybe tomorrow? Eventually? Ooh, I can agree with eventually. But eventually never comes. Maybe in the next year or so. Yeah, I told myself that 2 or 3 years ago. It's definitely a flaw. I appreciate y'all saying it's not a flaw. It's definitely a flaw. Who would I be without my flaws? Am I even the same person if I don't have the same flaws anymore? There's definitely something about, like, how do you acknowledge who you are as a person? My flaws actually represent me. I would say we're at 6 p.m. Shit, I gotta figure out food. Yeah, it's gonna be some, like, terrible fried food. I got some fish, like, frozen fish I need to cook before it, like, goes, like, bad. Like, and it doesn't go bad in the freezer, but it gets, like, to a level of freezer burn that it's not even, like, discernible. So, yeah, I'm gonna do some, like, fish and chips tonight, I think. We'll play some games. I want to try and wake up at a reasonable early hour tomorrow and finish some, like, video editing. I'm not going to get any video editing done tonight. It ain't going to happen. But I fundamentally 1000% agree with all of your takes on what I should probably do. The problem is acting upon it. And we can do it. We can totally fucking do it. We can do this. We got this, man. But it's going to require that I put my foot down. And at some point, maybe if I start streaming at 9 a.m., we spend the first, like, 3 or 4 hours of stream recording videos. I get it, cloud swimming. That is not a dependency I would be anywhere near embracing. I'm just no on all of that. No, thank you. I can do it myself. Can I, though? Well, that I don't know, but I'd rather try than use those crutches. For sure. I would rather just try and fail than use those crutches. Hope that makes sense. Hope that's relatable. I'm not trying to, like, naysay anyone else that needs that stuff to be productive, but just no, not for me. Yeah, we need the gentle nudges and the little bit of effort. Incremental effort is way more useful than big effort every once in a while. Incremental effort is how we do this. It's how we'll drink less whiskey too. You know, all that stuff. What game am I going to play tonight? That I don't know. Ooh, someone asked what game tonight. I mean, Persona 3 is a big option. We had a bunch of people wanting to watch Final Fantasy 14, like MMO stuff. Ooh, so sorry, Sharpshooter. Baldur's Gate 3 is only for the group we play with, and Friday night, none of that group is available. Tomorrow, we could chat with Algo Bro, Acorn, and Robotic Head and see if they want to play some of that. What is my, I think you mean gaming channel. That's the gaming channel. Griffing and Chill. I'll see you over there real soon there, Space Case, for sure. I'll be over there, like, within a half hour, like, max. I'm gonna go raid someone, we're gonna chat just a little bit, I might have to go pee. I'm gonna cook some food, and then we'll play some games after that. I don't know what food I wanna cook. It's gonna be that fish and chips. Sorry, never mind. Yeah, it's gonna be fish and chips, and I just need to, like, turn up the fryer and, like, let that shit heat up. So yeah, we're gonna do fish and chips for dinner. Not homemade fish and chips, so it's not anything anyone needs to care about. And yeah, no worries, Space Case. I'll see you over there. Yeah. I'll see you over there. It'll be a good time. That said, are we gonna go raid someone? I'm gonna follow Bash Bunny. She picked an amazing stream to raid, and I'm gonna go raid that same stream. How about that? No big deal. Oh, hold on. I spelled it wrong. All right, we're gonna go raid into Zorkenheimer. Bash Bunny picked a great stream to raid. I'll support Zorkenheimer as much as I can too. He's a good dude. He's really awesome. He is making NES dev tools using Golang, which is interesting to me. Cause yeah, like using a garbage collected language to make tools for a language that is not garbage collected is actually pretty huge. So I want to know what he's doing, what he's talking about, and hopefully we can get some of that context before I go hang out and play some video games. And I don't even know what game I'm going to play. I'm going to leave it up to the vote when we get onto Gaming Stream. It could be League of Legends. It could be, maybe I download Helldivers 2. Maybe I just play some Persona 3. All right? We got options. We can figure that out, and we'll do it together over on the other stream. So yeah, I'm going to click those buttons. Everyone on YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. Really appreciate you. Again, man, if I get partner on YouTube, it will be only because of the people that lurk me on YouTube, right? Via these live streams, because I don't release videos often enough. That's my fault. I'll do better. I will. Not today. See you guys soon. Cheers.